Good morning, everybody. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina. I am Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined by Craig Shapiro, Macro Strategist Extraordinaire. Craig, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Jim. How's it going down there on the island?
Island's doing pretty good so far. We're going to have a little bit of a cold wave coming in. Now, not as bad as headquarters in Chicago is going to see -1 and 0 Saturday and Sunday, but we might tap into the 20s, 29, 28 overnight for a couple days. So us Southerners aren't used to that, man.
Yeah, down here in Southwest Florida, I think it may be in the 60s, in the 70s. So yeah, we got to bring winter jackets out down here.
Turn the heat on. Tracy said yesterday, I had to turn my heat on.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Well, welcome, Chad. Appreciate everybody being here today. We got quite a full lineup today. Deli and Shai are actually doing some intense holiday-related work right now, so they will not be with us today. But you're in good hands with me and Craig, and the guest that we have lined up today is going to be awesome. So thank you, everybody, for being here. Craig, we got to do this follow-up on this FOMC. No QE meeting. Let's give us the aftermath, man.
Yeah. Well, hopefully today will be the last day that I use the term hawkish cut. Because we said it so many times throughout the course of the week, basically this idea that the Fed was going to cut, but was going to signal, that going forward, they were going to slow down the pace of cutting and that there was a contingent on the Fed that was going to look to pause next year, was concerned about inflation being sticky, and financial conditions being incredibly loose. But as expected, when you talk about something consistently, then it's in the price, right? Everyone was expecting a hawkish cut. And so regardless really of what came out yesterday, the reaction of the market was anything but a reaction you'd expect to a hawkish cut. And so really what we got was two very important things with respect to the rates. We had talked at the show yesterday afternoon about the Fed possibly including this terminology about the extent and timing of future cuts being reinserted back into the language as being a potentially hawkish event, meaning that they were less desirous of cutting rates in January and maybe on hold throughout the first half of the year. So that was in that actually did come. And then the dot plot came and showed that there were six members, both voters and non-voters, who were not in favor of cutting yesterday. And then for next year, there are now seven people who favor no cuts, right? So this is the Fed trying to really push back against the idea that more rate cuts are coming no matter what. The second important thing, which actually wound up, I think, being the main driver of the risk on sentiment yesterday, was this idea that the Fed now will be purchasing T-bills again. And the reason they're doing this, and they've turned a new or coined a new term called reserve management practices, RMPs, or reserve management operation, RMO, which is basically the idea that the Fed had done QT over the course of the last couple of years to reduce the size of the balance sheet, to lower the amount of reserves in the system, and try to find this peaceful transition from abundant reserves to ample reserves, which is where they wanted to be. But it looks like they went too far. And note, the evidence of that is some funding strain that we've been seeing over the course of the last few months. You see it typically at month end and at quarter end, where banks that need reserves are struggling to find them. They're hitting this standing repo facility. And you're seeing it in rates, in very short-term rates and SOFR rates settling above Fed funds rates. So, a lot of inside baseball stuff there, a lot of plumbing stuff. And the Fed yesterday kind of came to the conclusion that they had gone too far with QT, and now will be reinserting reserves back into the system to help, for all intents and purposes, stabilize the funding markets. And so
So, Craig, real quick though, and QT, I mean, they went from like 9 trillion down to what, eight? I mean, they didn't make a big dent in it.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've been able to reduce the size of the balance sheet by a couple trillion over the course of the last let's say 2.5 years, but we're still operating with a system of bank reserves which is significantly higher than it was clearly prior to COVID, and also significantly higher than it was prior to SVB issue in March of 2023. So we've existed in a world before with considerably less bank reserves. So the idea that the Fed now feels it needs to come in and grow the size of the balance sheet again is a little bit concerning, right? There's clearly banks out there that are struggling to procure reserves, and so that has implications for financial plumbing and the financial system. And the Fed doesn't want to see any further financial market issues under its watch, and so it wants to make sure that reserves are ample in the system, and so they're going to be reintroducing them. And now the question is, is this stimulative? Is this money printing? What does this really mean? Now, reserves are not an impediment for banks to procure, to give lending, to speculate, to do anything, right? I mean, we have a system where, there is no reserve requirement. Banks don't have to hold a certain level of reserves in their system. We eliminated those regulations years ago. And so this is just the Fed's way of trying to, make sure they're cutting off any potential left tail for any potential situation where funding needs are strained. And so they particularly pointed to the April 15th tax date as important, right? That's a time when bank reserves are drained considerably as people make tax payments. And so they wanted to get in front of this. And so they're going to be providing 40 billion a month of T-bill purchases that'll amplify reserves and make sure that there is no cash drain, cash funding issues at the time of the year when it's a potentially most acute crisis. And so now the market says that's money printing, that's adding reserves. We know what to do with that. And that was the reaction yesterday.
Yeah.
Dollar week, gold up, Bitcoin up, stocks ripped, bonds rallied. It was a risk on euphoria.
Did they even mention the longer duration debt? Did they mention the Treasury bonds? I mean, we're still at a 115 handle. Yeah, we kind of pumped up a little bit, but we're still two handles off of where we were 6 weeks ago. In my mind, this is the bond market saying, "Hey, we want higher yields to continue here."
Yeah, look, Powell was asked about the long end and yields being considerably higher today than they were when the Fed started easing back in the summer of 2024. And he gave a variety of different excuses about what was going on there, none of which was a view that the market had been challenging the credibility of the Fed's inflation fighting agenda, which I think is exactly what's going on. He was pointing to, maybe better growth potential, some stressor in long end yields from other sovereign nations, like we've been talking about in Japan and in Germany, as different countries now are increasing deficit spending. So, but he went out of his way to really say this isn't about inflation expectations moving higher. This is not a concern of the market about the Fed's inflation fighting credibility. And so he's really not particularly concerned about the long end. And the T-bill purchases are just that, right? They are T-bill purchases. But the issue is that the Treasury is now issuing way more T-bills than ever before and issuing less bonds. And so we are financing ourselves increasingly in the front end, which has inflationary implications. And the Fed's now going to accommodate that more aggressively. So it was hard to come away from this announcement on the T-bill purchases as being anything other than dovish with respect to liquidity. Now, it may not be the fire hose that people initially thought it was, because they're saying after April, they're going to resume kind of a more muted pace. But, it's like any other government program. Once you get started, it's very hard to stop it. And so, I suspect we're going to be in a situation come, May, where they're going to continue to do as much, if not more, of this T-bill purchasing.
Yeah, we're government. We're here to help. But on the other side of the equation, though, I mean, it's the job when Powell said, he said, I don't believe the jobs numbers coming out of here. You're off by 60,000. I did a Wile E. Coyote, like, oh, the anvil's going to fall on my head. My eyeballs popped out when he said it out loud. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, there was a little bit of him dropping, I think, his own personal, vote and bias in there, right? I think what he was doing, or what the dot plot did, and what the statement did, was really give some attention to the hawkish members of the FOMC who are thinking we are very close to neutral. The labor market is slowing, but it's as expected. It's kind of in the normal band of what you'd think in light of this kind of growth world and with the immigration policies we have. And he went out of his way to basically say, actually, the labor market that we've been observing over the course of the last 6 months is actually, considerably worse than what you've been seeing on the screen. And I think he was trying to kind of keep alive the idea that if the labor market were to continue deteriorating at the pace that we've been already seeing, this will give the Fed's doves more room to kind of push the agenda there, and Powell himself to maybe corral some of the other governors who he was able to corral this time as well into supporting rate cuts, whether it's in January or certainly by March and again by June. And so I think it's clear that the labor market is deteriorating. We are going to get labor data next week, which I think will be a very important data point. We've been without the non-farm payrolls now for several months as the government shutdown led to collection issues. We're finally going to get that data. The ADP data, which we've been getting, has been showing further signs of strain. We'll get an initial jobless claims number this morning at 8:30. We'll have that for you live. Last week was Thanksgiving impacted and showed a very sizable decline. I'd expect to see that jump back up to some degree this week as it's a normal reporting week. So these labor market data points will be very important for the Fed, and I think that'll be really the determinant of whether or not they go early in next year or not.
Yeah, Music City Trader says Fed versus executive branch. Music City, if you haven't yet, Maria DiMartino wrote an excellent piece on this on X yesterday. So definitely check that out. But exactly what she was talking about. It was good stuff. So let's talk about the stock index futures, Craig. I mean, we're down a little bit. NASDAQ's down 0.5%, ES down 0.32%. Dow is kind of unched and RTY is kind of unched. And we're going to talk about the small caps in a second, but we had some news from Oracle, which kind of sent some markets into movement last night.
Yeah, futures this morning have been Oracle's. And look, Oracle's been kind of the poster child for the AI trade and the leverage part of the AI trade and the acceleration of the AI trade, for a couple of years now. Even NVIDIA obviously was the big one, but then Oracle kind of came on late and basically has made an enormous push into data centers build out and the CapEx. And, stock had been an incredible performer. And then back in September, I think had one of the largest, percentage moves for a $100 billion company we've ever seen. And since then, the narrative has shifted, right? Oracle has increasingly been seen now as the poster child for leveraged bets on the AI CapEx story. They are talking more about the need to borrow funds in order to fund all this CapEx build out, and the stock has reacted accordingly. It's been really under pressure of since the middle of September, gap up. And credit spreads on Oracle have moved out because debt to EBITDA ratios are going to explode in the next 2 to 3 years as they come and build out these data centers. Now, what the company largely said yesterday was, yeah, we have some issues with this. We may not be able to do all the build out that everybody thinks we're going to be able to do. We are cognizant of our debt ratios. We're not going to go crazy, but I think the market is reacting accordingly and basically saying, look, either the returns to these CapEx investments aren't going to be as good as originally thought, or the company itself is not going to be able to deliver on them, and the growth trajectory of the entire industry then is going to suffer accordingly. And so what do we get? We get a 10+% move down in Oracle to really beaten
Yeah.
down levels, and that's having a big impact on Nasdaq this morning, and it was overnight. Clearly, we bounced back a little bit here, into the open, but that's definitely pressuring the sector today and the indexes today. You're seeing some of that rotation going on, right? You're seeing Nasdaq being sold down 50 basis points, but the Russell is flat, right? Because, there's this, the other stuff we've been talking about with respect to the Fed and liquidity is keeping overall indices more muted than not. And so rotation from large cap into small cap is what we're seeing kind of pre-market right now.
Yeah, and we'll go over even the S&P and the Nasdaq charts in detail. Tammy Marshall is going to be with us in a few minutes here, so we're going to cover that in detail. But I did want to pop up a Russell 2000 chart and talk about small caps like you just kind of introduced. I mean, this market may be more interest rate sensitive than any of the other markets. These are small cap stocks, probably borrow a little more, probably don't have the cash flow that they need on a regular basis, and love the interest rate cut. I mean, boom, pop, make new high here on the chart. We broke out of that last swing high on the daily. Right now, we're just kind of hovering up around there at 25.63. But Craig, walk us through why is this market happier than the other markets with respect to what happened yesterday?
Yeah, I think Russell has kind of been, much to my chagrin, actually. I've been a little bit more negative on it, but I think it's finding itself for now in this little bit of a sweet spot here where interest rates at the front end are coming down because the Fed has been cutting rates. And so you're providing some alleviation to funding pressures across small caps. And now you're starting to see some rotation out of the large caps into small caps, as discussed. And now, small caps really can be the beneficiaries on the margin side from AI, right? They are the users of AI. The productivity gains can go up. They can slow down hiring, see margin expansion. And so, I think that's some of the dynamic in play here. My concern had been that I thought the economy was slowing a little bit more rapidly than it appears to be slowing at this point. And so you're in that again, you're in that sweet spot where Fed's easing, economy's holding on, real GDP up at near, 3%, nominal GDP, with inflation above 2.5 is up at near 5% for next year. So, that's top line momentum for small caps. You give them a little margin expansion from the productivity gains from AI, and all of a sudden you could see the earnings reacceleration story developing in small cap land. Now, if the economy does start to slow much more aggressively, let's say in the coming weeks and months, because the labor market deteriorates, that will be a concern. But right now, that's really not the narrative we're seeing. And so that rotation out of tech into small caps is something that's been, brewing here for the last few weeks, and that's why IWMs and Russell are making, all-time highs, right now, while the S&P and Nasdaq really have not broken free yet.
Yeah, moving forward, it'll be interesting to see, are these smaller size companies, how are they embracing AI? Are they embracing AI in their production side to make them more efficient, more profitable, or is this a game of hiring for them? Any ideas on that?
Yeah, look, I mean, you look at the NFB survey on hiring intentions for small caps, and it's not particularly good. And then with respect to the ADP number, they give you a breakdown of labor gains by size of company, and we've seen a considerable rollover in job hiring momentum from small caps. And so from small cap companies. And so what I think is going to happen here is small cap companies are going to see the benefits from AI, and we'll see the benefits from making those types of investments, and we'll just slow down the pace of hiring. There will be limited labor growth momentum coming out of the small cap universe, and largely speaking, I think that's really kind of what the Fed is signaling for next year, right? They have upgraded their expectations for GDP growth from I think 1.8 or 1.9% to 2.3% next
Yeah.
year, and they're really not moving all that at all on the unemployment rate. It's going to expect it to be at 4.4%. So we're going to have what looks like more of a jobless recovery in GDP for next year, and likely beyond. And so, because I think the structural issues with respect to AI are going to be with us for quite some time. I don't think we're going to have a robust hiring cycle, coming forward here. I think even with the Fed rate cuts, maybe it's going to slow down the pace of firing, but job creation is really not all that robust when companies are seeing potential for productivity gains coming from AI. And so I think that's an interesting dynamic that we'll be talking about, I'm sure, a lot for next year, whether or not the Fed rate cuts actually do anything to arrest, some of the sluggishness we've been seeing in the labor market.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still using Chat GPT to spell check. That's how sophisticated I am. But let's just shoot over before we talk about some economic releases that are coming out and get Tammy in here. I just want to pop up the 30-year Treasury bond really quickly right now, just to kind of show everybody what I'm seeing here. And it's really interesting. What I did was I added, let me get this window out of the way. I added a basically a 2 month volume profile here to kind of see where transactions have occurring. You notice I started it right at the end of October, moved it all the way across, and you can see that point of control is two handles north of where we're at right now. I mean, we're talking 117.12. We were at 115.25 right now. Yeah, we got a little bit of a bump off of this low here that we identified from this area. It used to be resistance back here in August, but now we kind of got a bump off it. Buyers have finally come back in, but we're still right on my line in the sand here, Craig. And I'm like, we're a long way away from this price happiness histogram bar that we've seen the last 2 months. Do you think we're going to go sideways here, or do you think we're going to get some movement up?
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about the pressures on the long end, stemming really from Japan and from Germany, and so yields, and right, and so there's really nothing that happened yesterday that's gonna, they're really gonna change the dynamic there. We get a BOJ meeting next week, which will be very important, and so look, I think all else equal, I would have thought yesterday with the announcement of this not QE, the long end, wouldn't really rally as aggressively as it did on that news. I think, because that's kind of considered, let's
Yeah.
say, money printing and bringing those inflation expectations back, and so I would have thought the long end would have been a little bit weaker. I think what we saw yesterday was probably just some check back after what had
Yeah.
been a decent sell off into the event, and so. I'd expect some range bound trading here, but I think the long end is likely to continue to be pressured here. The story in Japan on stimulus is not going away, an acceleration of stimulus in Europe for next year with higher growth expectations, and the AI capex story is out there. And so, as long as the U.S. data isn't really rolling over materially, which right now there's no particular signs that there is, I think the long end's probably still going to remain pressure. I think what we saw yesterday was a decent curve steepening, right? Front end yields moving a lot
Yeah.
more aggressively lower than the back end. I think that's likely to continue, particularly as we transition to a Hassett Fed or some other dovish, Fed. I know Fed, Trump's meeting I think he's meeting with Kevin Warsh today, and look, Warsh is a dove also. All these guys that are coming in they're only going to get put in there if they have convinced Trump that they will be dovish. So I think curve steepening makes a lot of sense here. I would expect the curve to move out to new wides, let's say over the course of the next the next coming weeks and months.
Yeah. All right, all right. Appreciate that. Craig, we do have a very special guest with us today. It's that sorry, sorry, Austin, you threw me off for a second. Very special guest here today. Let's bring in Tammy Marshall, the Fibonacci Princess. Tammy, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great, Jim. How are you doing? Good morning, Craig.
Hey, Tammy.
Great to see you. Look how happy you are. You're like the happiest person I know, for sure.
I am very happy. I'm very blessed. Why shouldn't I be happy, right?
You've been traveling a lot lately, it looks like.
Yes, I went to New York City to appear on Charles Payne, making money, and also to appear on Schwab from the New York Stock Exchange.
Yeah, fantastic, fantastic. Yeah, we're followers of you. If you're not following Tammy on X, you definitely need to follow her. It's a great intel there as well. Tammy, let's kick this off. Let's go a little bit backward than we used to go. Let's start with energies. Craig's got some observations on crude oil and the energy markets, and then let's check out some of your charts if we can. Craig, what's the latest on the crude markets?
I mean, look, crude's been the one area one of the areas that's been particularly soft, something that the administration, can take credit for, I guess, and done right, where prices have been struggling all year, I think much to Shai's chagrin. But look, supply demand trends have been kind of haven't been great all year. And I think there was some news out overnight where Trafigura, which is one of the largest oil traders in the world, was, Economist is talking about accelerating supply growth and softening demand growth for next year will create a global super glut in 2026. And then the IEA has trimmed its outlook a little bit here for on the other way on surpluses, and so they're expecting some of their surpluses to be a little bit less than expected for next year. So I think news out of both sides. Obviously, geopolitical stuff still out there too, but look, if crude actually does what I think Tracy and Deli and I, believe for next year and starts to rally back, that's going to be an interesting dynamic in play there for bonds for the Fed. But so far, charts don't really show it, and we still have to chop through a fair bit of the supply glut.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm seeing buyers coming in right around this level we're at, like continuously. If you go look back a couple of weeks, but Tammy, what are you looking at here for crude?
Well, all of the moving averages are on the side of the bears that I look at. We're underneath the 200 SMA, the 50 SMA, and I look at the 5 and 13 EMAs, and the blue line is the 5, the red is the 13, the green is the 50, and the 200 is the pink dotted line. So the 5 is crossed below the 13. We were looking better on crude, but there again, we came up to that 200 SMA and failed. Look how many times that's happened. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, the 200 and the 50. This is why I like to look at moving averages. Until we get all of those moving averages back on the side of the bulls, crude is still vulnerable to the downside. Now, right now, I do have a symmetrical projection right here around that 57.55 area that you're talking about, where you say it looks like we found some support. However, what I'm looking at this time is for us to possibly find resistance on a lower time frame chart. I have a 30-minute chart and continue this move down. Now, what I do like to say, though, is just take it from one decision to the next because you never know when you are going to get that pop.
So just walk us through your projections on the right hand side of your chart there. Now you've got 4 red lines, right? 2 green lines.
Yes.
And when you say take it one at a time, you're meaning those from those target point of view.
Well, so these are symmetrical projections, which are places where the move may stop. But when all the moving averages are on the bear side of the bears like this, I'm not necessarily telling you to buy it because that's a counter trend trade. And if you're not making money with trend trades, please don't try counter trend trades. If you are successful at trend and counter trend trades, then it could be something that you could consider, especially since we're getting close to that previous low from November 25th, which was 57.10, and I do have 57.34 and 57.55 as previous symmetrical projections. The way that I get those numbers is I look at these high and low swings to the left here. So I took this high to this low,
Okay.
and then I came to this high from the 5th of December. Every single time I come back to that same high from the 5th of December. And what I'm doing is I'm looking at these previous high lows from these previous swings here. And that's why I have 4 projections, because there's 1, 2, 3, 4 swings here that happen. And we did have nice bounces off of those projections. And we came straight back into the 50 and the 200. So like, if you know what you're doing, and you know how to get in and out and really manage your risk, then you can use these as places to get bullish. Like
Yeah.
I said, though, I just want you to definitely be very cautious if you are a bull at this point.
Yeah, I just see a series of lower swing highs and lower swing lows starting back from I don't know. Yeah, right there, exactly.
Yes, yes. So, and we're still holding that low from, let's see, October 20th,
Yeah.
which was 55.82. But like I said, I just want people to be careful, because then when you come to the 30-minute chart, you're looking, at a very bearish, lots of resistance here. This level of resistance, the first level is
Yeah.
57.87 to 0.89, but it goes up to 58.10. So anywhere from 57.67 to 58.10, if you're looking to short, you could look at that opportunity to short. But if you're feeling like, hey, I really want to get bullish here, then I do have an opportunity for you, 57.57 to 57.73.
Got it. Just real quickly, Tammy, we're gonna break. Well, Craig's gonna break in here for news when it hits the wire. Craig, real quickly, what news are we looking for at 8:30?
Yeah, 8:30 we get the initial jobless claims and continuing claims, and like we talked about earlier, there was a big drop in claims last week. I would expect to see a pick back up this week. Streets looking for 220,000 of initial jobless claims, up from 191,000. And I think Powell mentioned this yesterday about the labor market, and saying how, really not seeing the sign that claims are accelerating to the upside. It seems like the labor market is kind of settling into this, again, this low hiring, low firing environment. And so they don't seem to think it's much of a concern. I think part of the reason we're not seeing claims escalate is because of the gig economy, right? I think more people are finding themselves getting laid off and becoming Uber drivers, Lyft drivers, DoorDash drivers. And when you become a gig economy worker, you can't collect unemployment insurance. And so there is a buffer of labor that is kind of sitting in that area of the world. Those earnings have now become the new unemployment benefits, because you can make more money being an Uber driver than you can getting your monthly unemployment check. And I think that is buffering it a little bit, but clearly that's not sustainable or sustenance living for many parts of the economy. And so that's part of the reason why that K-shaped consumer continues to struggle. So we get that data at 8:30. We get some trade balance data as well. That's from September, so a bit stale. No data tomorrow, no Fed speakers today. Tomorrow we get some Fed speakers. We'll give some outlook for kind of how they were thinking. We'll hear from Goolsbee, who was a dissenter yesterday, which should be important. We also hear from Hammock, who was a non-voter, who likely also was a dissenter yesterday. And we will hear from Paulson, who is new and is kind of perceived as a dove. And I believe both Paulson and Hammock are voters next year. So it will be interesting to hear what they have to say. They speak tomorrow before the open.
All right, that sounds good. Yeah, it looks like Tammy's popped up the E-mini S&P chart. Let's stick with this for the actual reaction to the number as well. I did want to I did one of the things that you talked about Uber. Pack said he had to drive Uber for a while. Could you imagine like going to the airport, calling the Uber, and then Pack shows up in your driveway? I would pay extra for that.
I
That
mean,
would be so awesome.
It would be the
for
greatest entertainment ever.
yeah.
And great advice. I mean, I can't say enough good things about Pax. I mean, I mean, I love him. He's amazing.
He
He's
is.
awesome. That would be the greatest ride ever.
There would be. Sure. Oh my goodness. All right, we're about 45 seconds away right now. I mean, even the S&P is just kind of, I have the monthly point of control just a little bit south at 48 half. So 68, 48 half is where the monthly is for me. We're obviously trading above it right now, but I like to kind of spread that out. I'll talk more about it with Farm in a little bit later on today. But let's stick with your charts and see where we go. That 9 EMA, though, also on a daily we're above that as well. We had this huge turnaround, which we'll get into as well after the Oracle bad news that hit the street. But at least jobless claims is a weekly number, right, Craig? It should
Yeah.
be.
Yeah, it's the most recent, weekly number that we get. I don't expect
Yeah.
it to be, super market moving, but it will be good to see the number here. And it should be hitting any second here. A little delayed. Trade balance number came in for September a little bit better than expected. Deficit was a little bit lower than expected. Came in at 52.8 billion versus 63 billion expected. Again, that's for September. So I don't think anybody really cares about that. And we are now 20 seconds in and still waiting for this number to come out from the BLS. Hopefully they got their website up and running. There's been some, there it is. So it's a big jump as I would have expected, up from 191,000 last week to 236,000 this week, which is actually kind of going back to, if I can pull my charts up here. That's actually a decent jump higher than was expected. That would be the biggest initial jobless claim number that we have seen since since basically the middle of September, right? So we just jump back up there. Continuing claims comes in lower than expected because that is holiday. That's a week delayed, and so that is picking up the news from Thanksgiving week. That was down at 1.83 million, down from 1.93 million, and so I expect that number next week to pop up as well. So look, this is a bit of a marginally negative number for the Fed's view on the labor market being okay, but again, until we start to see a very sizable pickup in claims, I don't think it really change the
Yeah.
narrative. Really will change the narrative much here, and market's kind of not really not really
No,
reacting too
no,
too
no.
much
But
here.
it's
Even the
yeah,
bond market, just looking at that, you guys can talk about stocks, but the bond market, I mean, 2-year yields kind of didn't even bounce,
right.
much at all there. 30-year yields actually bounced a touch. Dollar
Yeah.
a little bit weaker here against the yen, kind of making a low of the day here and making a low day here against the euro as well. And kind of quiet though, not.
But Tammy, what are you seeing on the E-mini S&P chart?
Not, I agree. I'm not seeing much right here. Not much movement, but I will tell you something that has been, consistent here is that we cannot get over this 6907 and a half area. That is a symmetrical projection, which means I looked at the low from October 17th to the high from October 30th, and I projected it from the low from November 21st. And that's what gave me that 6907 area. We have not been able to clear it. You can see those bars, how 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks. So I am looking for us to try to clear that area and then clear 6938 and a half for us to move on up to the target extensions at 70, 70, and 72.18. Now, one thing that I do really like is we are bouncing off a nice cluster of support here, 6809 to 18. That is the area, and I'm not sure if we went into it just a little bit. See, the low was 6817 and a half. So a nice cluster of support there, 6809 to 18. I really do like that cluster a lot because it's got a 236 from this larger swing. It's got an extension from the move that we saw from the low of yesterday to the high of yesterday. And then it's also has a symmetrical projection. So a cluster is when 3 or more Fibonacci price relationships come together to form a zone.
Oh yeah, that looks like a cluster right there for sure. Are your moving averages telling us anything right now?
Yes, they're still all still on the side of the bulls. So, trend trade on the daily chart is to get bullish.
Yeah, and we had that abrupt turnaround overnight. I mean, we had the Oracle news, and then there was systematic sell-off across the stock index futures, and then I don't know, at some point in the morning, we just started catching a bid and kind of brought us, not all the way back, but a substantial distance back. And now it looks like we're kind of inching back down to a 9 EMA on the 30 minute. We'll see if we get down to the 62s or 63s, I guess. Not too far away. So, Tammy, let's pivot over to the NASI. Check
Okay.
out the price action on the Nasdaq.
Snazzy, Nazzy. All the moving averages are on the side of the bulls here on Nasdaq futures. So what I'm looking at right now that I really like, and I need to edit this number just a little bit. Let's see, 25, 3. Hold on. 25, 300 to 407. So this is a nice cluster also. We have a couple of pieces of symmetry, which means there's a couple of places where we've had previous swings exactly like this swing in the market. One is over here to the left, and another one was over here. So we have that. We have a 236 retracement and an extension off of yesterday's swing. So that is forming a nice cluster that's correlating with the 50 SMA right there. You see the green line that it's correlating with. So 25,300 to 407 is a really nice setup zone here. What I'm looking for us to do next, it also has two places that I'm looking for symmetrical resistance. I'm looking for us to push through, and you can see we failed off that almost exactly 3 different times already. 25,893 and a half, and then 26,145. If we can push through those, then the targets are 27,077 and 27,940 on Nasdaq futures.
So I'll ask you both for your predictions. Start with you, Tammy. Are we going to be making new highs by the end of the year?
I'll say just like I said on Charles Payne, I am a bull until I'm not. So yes, at this point, I say that we get a nice push here into the end of the year, and we go up there to try to touch some of those targets we've been looking for.
Craig, you're on the hot seat now, man.
Yeah. I think S&Ps will make a new high for the year. I just don't know if we're going to finish at the highs on the year. I think we've been talking about this tech outperformance trade kind of going through year end and maybe turning into in the early part of the year. I am concerned that with the rotation away from tech, it has begun, is likely to continue. Big reporter after the close today, Broadcom. Broadcom is 7% of the Qs, so they report after the close. So after Oracle's number, and just to correct myself from earlier, you asked Jim if Oracle is in the Nasdaq. It actually is not in the Nasdaq, which I was unaware of. I'm looking at the composition of the Qs right now. I'm like, where's Oracle? It's not in there. It is in the S&P, but it's not in the Nasdaq. But obviously, the implications are more Nasdaq related, and so that's probably what the implications of the Oracle move are probably why the Nasdaq isn't down more. It's because it's not in the Qs. But Broadcom is, and Broadcom is a major competitor for NVIDIA. It's a bellwether stock, 7% of the Qs, and I think that will really be kind of similar to we don't talk about Broadcom like we talk about NVIDIA, but I mean given the composition and the market weighting here, obviously an incredibly big print after the close today will help determine whether or not this Nasdaq stalling out, possibly rolling over story really picks up momentum to the downside, or do they come in, blow the doors off the numbers, confirm the outlook, and we're off to the races here. So it's a pretty binary event. I don't really think with the VIX down here sub 17 that it's really being priced in to the degree that it probably should be.
Yeah. All right. We'll see how we go. I'll ask this question every day, probably to you, Craig. So
Agreed, Craig. That was great. That was a great analysis. Yes.
So let's talk about the metals. I mean, just looking at the year. I mean, silver, year to date is up over 100%. It's the craziest thing. I mean, it's a lot of times, silver does that like drive up to $40 and then everyone freaks out and then we just fall out of bed. Not this time. I mean, this time is it's a strong move and it does not look like it's over. So Tammy, what are you seeing here with the silver market?
Well, silver is extremely extended. The way that I look at this is I look at previous swings in the market to see if targets have been met. And as you can see, those targets which are the green numbers that you see right there, those were met off that larger swing by a long shot at this point.
Yeah.
And then, we have targets from this swing here also. They have been met. The targets from this little swing here have been met. So now what I do is I look at previous swings in the market to try to determine where the move may stop. And I do have a cluster of resistance that we're inside of right now. I'm not telling you to short silver. I don't like to encourage people to step out in front of freight trains, but I'm saying I do have a cluster of resistance here that is from previous swings in the market. Okay. So previous swings we've already seen back here. And then I project them I projected them from this larger low right here that was from October 28th. Okay, so I did a low to a high to a low in order to get these numbers right here. And that zone is 63.165 to 0.910. And then above that, I have a couple of other areas, 66.305 and then 67.450.
Yeah, I mean, this is the notional value now on this contract is $312,000. It's a $25 tick. It's a big contract. There is a micro. It's 1/5 the size of the. I know it's weird. It's not 1/10. It's 1/5 the size of the contract. It's SIL. I think I know is the ticker symbol, and it's done about 80,000 contracts already overnight, which is. We're not used to that in the silver market. So the micros are there for you. Remember, that notional value gets bigger as the price goes up, obviously. So you got to be really, really careful with your leverage and not overdoing it there at all. But it's a tradable market, I think, is where I'm going with this. And I've never seen this pattern here my whole career. I mean, this is just an amazing move up. I mean, Craig, any thoughts here?
Well, I was going to say the gold to silver ratio is really imploded here over the course of the last few months. Kind of gone from a high of over 100 down to about 68 right now. And as a tip to Tammy, I threw up a very long-term Fibonacci from the all-time low in the gold to silver ratio, which happened early in 2011, to the all-time high, which happened in the early part of COVID. And we've seen a 61.8% retrace of that entire move right here. It's a 67.45 on that gold to oil ratio. So look,
wow.
The silver outperformance has been historic. It's been a combination of improving supply demand dynamics, global growth being kind of better than expected, and obviously benefiting from the money printing narrative. And so the question from here is, as we start to get an expansion of the Fed balance sheet again, if it comes commensurate with a slowdown in the global economy, then I think gold's going to start to outperform silver. If it comes with, a reacceleration of economic momentum and inflation, maybe silver's got another relative outperformance leg to go. But it looks like a pretty big level here, Tammy. I can send you that. You probably have the chart, but I thought it was pretty interesting as we're talking about it here.
No, I don't have that chart. I haven't looked at anything like that before. So I mean, of course I know what 618 is. It's
yeah.
My oldest daughter was actually born on 618.
Oh my God.
Before I even started doing this job. So
well, that was a great segue though, because now let's pop up a gold chart and see what it's looking like.
Yeah, absolutely. So on gold, we're just really kind of stuck between decisions here. We did come up to almost the symmetrical projection that I have here. There again, it was from the low on December 4th to the high on December 5th, projected from the low on December 9th. So low, high, low gives us 42.85. We didn't quite get to it, but 42.77. Now we are having a pullback. If you are looking to get bullish on gold, I do have some levels for you here. The moving averages are all on the side of the bulls. If we can't hold that 42.14 to 17 area, we will either retest the low from the 2nd of December, which is 41.94, or we will make a lower low.
All right. Wow. There's a lot of targets there, right? In other words.
Yeah, there's a lot of targets. The targets from this, more recent high to low. Actually, that's the swing inside the swing high to low from the December 9th are 43.15 and 43.47. But if you go back to this really large swing back here, you're going to see some much higher up targets. I mean, we're talking about like 45, 68, 47, 41. Like there's some pretty big targets up there.
Awesome. Well, we got about a minute left. Craig, any last second thoughts for Tammy?
Yeah, well, just on this, this kind of gold thesis and thought process. Look, I'm constructive on gold. I think it's, we've talked about this for a while here, and I think if the narrative on growing reserves starts to develop again and printing money develop again, I think gold has, yet another leg to go. I would point out though, Bitcoin, if people believe that what the Fed's activity yesterday was, if that's really money printing, you would expect Bitcoin to really outperform. The money printing narrative has been something that has really, driven Bitcoin for years. And I think part of the weakness that we've seen over the course of the last several months has been a loss of that narrative and this idea that deficit spending was slowing down or that the Fed wasn't printing money because QT was going on. And so you would have thought after yesterday's announcement, if it was enough money printing or if it was actual money printing or the right type of money printing, Bitcoin would be mooning. And it did have that initial reaction, from let's say 2 to 4 o'clock yesterday, but now Bitcoin's down 2.5% and is kind of breaking down from some of the levels that we've been, talking about below the 50-day here, kind of moving back down to the 20-day. So I keep an eye on Bitcoin here as that liquidity tell is the, and then some indication of whether or not what the Fed did yesterday is actually really adding liquidity, or is it really just kind of what they say it is, what they believe it to be, which is just reserve management. And so I think that's we'll have to keep an eye on that as maybe a tell here for risk momentum into the end of the year.
Awesome. Well, next time we see you, Tammy, hopefully it's sooner than later. We're going to have to get the Bitcoin chart up on the screen. I'm a super fan of this market, the futures market, that is, for the Bitcoin. So we're definitely going to have to get you back on here. Appreciate your time.
Absolutely. I would love it. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah,
Again, I miss y'all. I missed y'all.
Well, you're going to be back. Don't worry about that. What about what's your next? Where's your next trip? Do you have one planned yet?
I don't have another one planned yet, but in the next week and a half, I am back on Schwab again twice. So you could look for me on Schwab, and I'll post that, of course, at Trader Tammy 1 on X. I think I don't have another trip planned until that week after Christmas. We're going to surprise our daughters with a trip back down to Orlando to the Gaylord Palms. I don't know if anybody's ever been there before, but during Christmas, it's unbelievable.
Well, if they're watching you now, then it's not a surprise anymore. Hopefully they're sleeping.
Oh, they're at school. They're 6 and 12.
Yeah.
So I had babies when I was just a little bit older. So
Anyway, thank you for being here so much. We really appreciate you. I'm going to be rooting for the Bulldogs to come in second place this year. So
Good
on behalf
odds.
of that, right, we got to go with the
no,
Hoosiers.
no first.
No, that's the Hoosiers position right there. But anyway, Tammy, from somewhere in Georgia, we appreciate you, man. Great. Thank you for being here. Greatly appreciate it. Craig, great talking to you as usual. I will talk to you more later on today, and appreciate you guys being here with me.
Sounds good. Thanks, Jim.
All right, it is that time for Tape Talk with the one and only Farm from somewhere in Arizona. Farm, how are you, man?
I'm doing well. How about yourself? It's a quiet night, not much going on, very little movement in the indices, right?
Yeah, yeah, right. Well, it looks like you got some sleep though. Were you up trading at 2 in the morning or no?
I am exhausted. I did not trade the upside last night. I was just too tired. I was up the night before, actually. I was kind of furious about what the Nasdaq was doing in Asia and determined to catch the top. So I literally stayed up until like 2 o'clock that night to smash that little piggy. So I am very tired, but I didn't stay up to catch this long. Just needed some time with the family and some sleep for sure.
All right. Well, thanks for being here with us. I know it's bright and early for you there. I was looking at the E-mini S&P daily chart earlier, and I was just kind of, I had my December volume profile up. I'm looking at these monthly volume profile drops. Point of control, I don't know, we're a good, only 20 points above it right now. I'm tracking 46, 47s for that POC. Love to see your chart if we could pop that up.
Yeah. Yeah. I've got the Nasdaq chart up first here, if we can get those up. But yeah, the ES and NQ, a little bit different, but broadly constructive in those monthly profiles. I know you're looking at the composite profile as well.
Yeah.
And that we're just kind of sitting in the upper distribution of that. NQ is really, really dry humping that December VPOC. I mean, it's just been all over it for sure. But if you watch the Sunday night show, I was a little bit, hackles were up a little bit, thinking we may see a liquidation break, and I think that's what we got last night, right? And that can be very, very healthy for the market, right? Rinse out some of the weak-handed traders, and we'll see today if fresh bulls are going to come in and buy this. I mean, from their perspective, it's like, wow, it kind of already ripped all the way back up, right? But this is going to be an important day to me to see how cash participants respond. Obviously, to FOMC yesterday, Oracle earnings. We've got Broadcom coming up today, and then how they respond after this liquidation. I really think, I think Craig was mentioning, the Nasdaq just kind of, being a little bit heavy maybe. And so that's why, I lead with that. Even if I'm trading ES, I definitely want to know what the Nasdaq is doing. We're seeing a bid to, the Dow, the boomer stocks, and we're seeing a bid to the shitcos and the Russell. And that's really, I think seeing a lot of rotation away from the Nasdaq. And I think a lot of that is a function of investors wanting to, maybe protect against some risk of, like the AI bubble narrative that was going on. I mean, I reallocated some of my parents' portfolios away from, higher beta names. And I think there's probably a lot of investors doing the same, and like maybe they're going to regret that, and, maybe not. But Nasdaq, I mean, to me, if we look at this 726 to 736 range, I mean, it was very, very clearly range high for this week, right? It's at the upper edge of this week's profile. And so we got that break through there yesterday on FOMC. And once that was given back, that's when the liquidation started. So that to me then sets up a traversal of the entire week's developing profile. So at least back down to those 560s. No reason for them to hold. I mean, they had been tested a number of times, and it came all the way down to this 369 to 388, which, if you remember, was the October 10th high on Nasdaq. So we were monitoring that. I have a box chart. I don't even know if it's still on my daily chart. It is. So there's my daily chart that we haven't looked at in a while. So there's that 388 spot. So monster spot.
By the way, on my Nasdaq chart, I'm showing that point of control for the December volume right at 620. So we're again really close to that level. And not only that, we're about 2.86% off of the highs, and that's not a small number. I mean, that's 2.86% is a big number when you think about the average Christmas, Santa Claus rally is 1.4%. We might not make it.
Yeah, it's possible that we don't. Again, like today's going to be a big day. Tomorrow as well. Broadcom earnings. Nasdaq is going to tell the story. I mean, sure, we can see rotation, and that's healthy, except when it's to the Russell. That's just ridiculous. But we can see rotation. That's fine. But we know the market cap weighting. It's going to be very, very, very hard for the ES to hold up if the Nasdaq is topping out. So I'm not saying it is, but and even if it is, it's it takes time, right? I mean, it took from November to February last time. So everybody was calling for a bear market just a few weeks ago when we took October's low in November. November's low in December. What month is this? Right. And it's like, well, no, I mean, we're going to get a back test higher. We now have a 2-month balance. And so it's the resolution of that 2-month balance, which could end up being a 3-month balance, that really matters the most. So I'll get into the 5 and then flip over to ES as well.
Okay.
I mean, to me, it's all about, let's call it 730 on NQ. Remaining cap below 730 keeps retest big picture, these 560s open. This 42 to 502 is an absolutely monster spot as well that really would need to hold. I think you don't really want to revisit this low again. That's definitely problematic. But as long as this is capped below these 730s, again, you can just see it on this weekly profile. There's your upper edge. Your lower edge is kind of this 598 was a volume point of control from like 2 weeks that looked potentially distributive. It looks less so now, given that all the volume has been put up above there. But it's almost like, distribute 598s. Now we're going to sell 700s or 620s, right? The monthly VPOC. So pretty defined range with the 651 to 669 in the middle. That seems to be a decent inflection. See a little bit of weakness below and strength above on NQ. So decent range anyways to me. If you pop, I don't have it on here, but put a VWAP on, anchor it to just before the conference or the announcement. Sorry, yesterday. That's this high on NQ, and same thing for ES. So I like to keep the FOMC VWAPs, keep an eye on them, and see what they're doing. ES is broadly the same picture. This 66.5 to 69. I'm using that like I used 75 as like a daily level for today, but like 73 works as well. But I felt like 66.5 to 69 was more important. Again, sort of being the upper edge of that last week's distribution. But you really could have used 73 to 75. So that's fine to me. Use this overnight lower high, I would call it. Traction above there starts to look good for retests, come all the way back up potentially, because what you have to do in these situations is make a clean break away from, right, this primary distribution. Same thing for Nasdaq, right? You need to make a clean break away, and we've talked about this a number of times, and then form some kind of a double distribution to the upside. So absent that, any kind of re-entry into this distribution is risking a traverse to the other side. And that's what happened to the downside last night. It's what happened to the upside last night. You can see last week's value area low, I've got marked as 28. And so what happened is we basically came in, we took out these very obvious lows, these two daily lows, right? So we took those stops, based back above last week's value area low, and then zip back across, right, up into these 70s. So this is like very, very straightforward volume profile trading. It's beautiful. It's a great time to be alive if you're a short time frame trader that doesn't have bias and loves to slap this piggy both ways. But if you're like trying to swing puts or something like that, you're smashing your phone this morning. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Really either side of the tape. So beautiful, beautiful trades. If you're a profile trader for sure.
Yeah, on my intraday, I'm looking at what happened overnight, big sell off, and then the recovery. We got we recovered about 78.6% of the way back up. Right now, we're just north of that 61.8% fib level. That's at 68.63. I'm rounding a little bit, but it also corresponds with the 9 EMA. So right now, that's kind of like my line in the sand this very second. Where are we gonna open at? Are we gonna open above that or below that 68, 62? I think it's gonna be important.
Yeah, there's so much in this range. I mean, I've been like, you could have used 65. Like I said, you could have used 73.
Yeah.
You had these singles yesterday up there at 75 and a quarter. You can see we just kind of peeked into them from below and rejected. So there's just a lot of market generated information in this range, call it 65 to 75. But it broadly is going to define range to me. So I don't want to use a 10 handle range with vol like this, but that's the general area. Below there, remaining capped below there, can come back down to these 60, 50, which has been just an absolute magnet, right? So I'm not necessarily looking to execute around 68.50, but it just keeps finding its home there, right? And then lose that. And I think we're coming back down at least 68.40s. If you just put a composite profile, it's another thing that I've done. So I've got the composite for the entire contract, and then I've got a composite for this leg up from the swing low. And if you look at that, it's kind of a P. And so that was the risk last night, right? Is that we've basically, if I like zoom way out, you can kind of envision it in your head, right? So you've got the move off the low, very thin move, and then consolidation, right? So you see your P-shaped profile there. So to me, the risk is if we come in here and we're offering last week's low, and specifically the 67.91 to 96 spot, this is a potential trap spot. There's now a real risk with this many days of consolidation up here. There's now a real risk of this rigging all the way back down. So to me, the best trades, what I wanted to set up, I would have loved to sweep into this 91 to 96 that then reclaims last week's low and go. The liquidation didn't quite get there, but like I've been dreaming about this for days, and they just wouldn't set it up for me. But that's what I would have loved. That's effectively what happened on NQ. Not quite. It didn't take last week's low. But again, like that's your risk, right? So this is broadly your range. If you just add these two profiles together in your head, or you put a composite on your chart, you can add the leg up from the bottom. You effectively have a P. So the trade's off of a P. You can be long at the bottom. You can be short at the top. You can, be long a failed break to the downside. You can be short a failed break to the upside, which is basically what yesterday did, right? And then, if the thing breaks down and the body of the P breaks down, you got to mind the shaft, right? So those are basically the trades that you can carry forward for days. I mean, this is something that you can keep on in mind for, you know, a number of days. I've had it in mind for at least 5, right? That this carries this potential. So that's what I'm seeing here, big picture.
Okay.
I mean, broadly, bulls are fine. Like all we're doing is taking stops on daily lows and reversing back in. So that's all fine until we offer this volume from below and puke it through.
I didn't realize how hip you were till just now.
What's that?
You used the term MGI, market generated information.
Oh,
When I was Jack's age, that didn't exist, man. And it's like I had to learn it from Nick probably. But you just threw it out there like it was in your it was in your front pocket ready to go.
Yeah. You got it. This area as well too, the 67.91 all the way up to 68.12. Same thing, just absolutely littered with MGI prior highs, prior low, prior value area highs, prior value area lows, like just a lot of stuff in here. But this is, so 369 to 388 on NQ was the back test of that October high. That's what 9.5 to 12.5 is on ES. So that was actually the October 9th. We made a high on the 9th on ES. And then 67.91 to 96 was in there as well. I don't even remember exactly where that originally came from. But again, this whole area is just completely littered with important information. So maybe they'll be kind and we'll get some sellers step back in and maybe they'll set this up for me. It's going to if that happens, it's going to look kind of scary, just like last night did, right? But as long as there's not a clean break away from this volume with continuation, it runs the risk of this reversion trade. And that's what happened. Once it popped back in to range, it just goes zippy back up to the other side. So in this market, we really got to keep it short time frame, manage bias, on longer time frames. I do think something's brewing, but for now, this is just range. It's just broad range and chop and rotation.
Awesome stuff, man. Great stuff as usual, Farm. Appreciate you. Everybody follow Farm on X. We'll go ahead and cut and paste that X handle in there. Good stuff as usual. And then he's kind of funny, actually, so you'll definitely want to get in there and follow him if you're an X user. Farm, thanks again. Good seeing you, man. I won't see you again until next week, probably, right?
Yeah, I think that's right.
All right. Well, you have a great weekend and happy holidays to you. I'm sure I'll talk to you again next week. Thank you for being here with us.
Take care, Kex.
All right. It is time to trade the open with Nick Fertick and Jack Gleason. Let's get him in here. Good morning, gentlemen. We have the young hipster Jack from somewhere in the West Loop with the brick loft building from Chicago with us, and we have the Nick has been characterized as a sniper. He's quiet. He waits in the bushes and boom, picks off the trades as it goes. So that was an honest. Someone said that. I'm not going to say who, Nick. Someone characterized you as that. I'm not going to say who.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the kind words from you, Jim, as well as our anonymous friend who has made such a claim. I like to think of myself as, yes, patient and quiet, and every once in a while, like anything else, like sometimes you're right, like a broken clock. So, but if you do remember yesterday, XY and I are also artists. Our chart fanatic artists. We're basically, we can find patterns in this market that nobody else can see. Hence, I think why we had our lovely Brontosaurus pattern yesterday afternoon that led us to the asteroid pattern overnight. And that's all been unwound, and we are settling right back into value here. So I don't know what to make of this too much, Jim. Good morning, everybody.
The artistry on your post was, you're in the wrong business, man. You should be painting and using drawing tools on charts. That's what you should be doing.
At least it gave everybody a good laugh yesterday, because if you missed the trade the close post FOMC or during the presser, we basically had that violent move to the upside. And then we did in typical Nick and XY in the afternoon fashion, absolutely nothing for an hour, but kept everybody entertained and kept the good vibes going, I think, yesterday afternoon by identifying. Well, it wasn't actually us. It might have been Kevin or somebody else who called out the pattern, and then it just made us laugh. So
you ran with it, man. That was awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Kevin's learning technical analysis big time just by being behind the scenes for the last few years. So He's the man. Before we get started, though, I got to ask Jack a question because Nick is rocking the Arizona Wildcats hat. I'm a Hoosier fan, big time. Jack, I lived in Chicago for 58 years before I moved down south. College football was not on my radar screen until I moved down south, and it is big, it is huge down here. Are you on the college football bandwagon at all or no?
Oh man, I would have to go with U of I as my team just because both my parents went there, my brother went there. I went to DePaul. We didn't have a football team. I have a bunch of friends that went to Indiana. So I like to see somebody from the Midwest win, so I'll go with the Hoosiers. But DePaul, despite their mascot being named after the men, which is the defensive linemen, we did not have a football team. So I can't say I followed it too closely outside of going to the bar with some of my friends. But I do have a lot of friends that went to Indiana, so I'll be there with you rooting for the Hoosiers.
Right. All right. All right. All right. Well, let's talk about today. Today, we're getting closer and closer to Christmas. Today's Thursday, day after Fed meeting. Let's start with you, Nick. What are you seeing in the markets today?
I mean, I think Farm did a great job of kind of framing this, but we really have done absolutely nothing since Thanksgiving. We're inside of 2 weeks of balance and have yet to find any enthusiasm to go, traverse potentially a new all-time high in ES, or even make a run at it above 26K here in NQ. In fact, yesterday afternoon, I was kind of waiting to see from buyers, can they finally give us that violent shove above 25,900s? And absolutely not. We basically reoffered at last week's high and then had that liquidation in the morning. So, and then we, in the overnight here, from London on, basically, we've just settled back at what was kind of this little node, like high volume node that we basically have built. And in fact, this range pretty much for the last 2 weeks plus in NQ at the very least has been about 150 points. We keep just kind of ping ponging around the kind of 740s, 750s, all the way down to like the 580s to 600. So we really just have yet to move. And given that we're just itching closer to Christmas week as more people are going to start just heading out here in the coming week plus, until we break this balance, I mean, you play the edges. And that's kind of what I think I was talking about yesterday afternoon post FOMC, when everybody in the chat, all of my lovely friends and acquaintances in the trading world, were trying to just let me feed into my own, I guess, bias to want to short this thing yesterday afternoon. But it kind of made sense where we could potentially reoffer. And the reason I was talking about it, granted, I was looking for more of that 890 spot yesterday. We kind of stalled out at the 860s, 870s. But it just makes sense looking at the structure from the last couple of weeks that if we were going to not find a lot of enthusiasm from buyers, that's exactly where we could reoffer. Now, I didn't think we'd just completely traverse said balance range of the last few weeks in the entire overnight, but it looks like our friends trading in Asia and London had a nice little overnight trade that they could have caught to the downside and then the upside. And then, of course, we're probably going to get stuck in just chop and range bound during RTH, as is tradition. So that's how I'm looking at it. What about you, Jack?
Oh man. Yesterday post FOMC, I really liked the action. I was able to, I was trading everything. I took a trade in gold, oil, S&P, Nasdaq. So I was all over the board. And then going into the overnight session, the only market that I really had in a short sequence was oil. So I started off, I was a little active during Asia session. I started off short oil last night in the overnight session and actually long gold, and took that gold off, huge reversal into what I had was a profit target. And obviously things got spicy. I can't tell you why that happened. That's just general price action. I think a lot of times when there's indecision in the market and we have these like daily ranges, we're going back and forth. It's game theory in a sense where we just need to go to the point of most pain. And the point of most pain didn't really happen to an extreme amount like post-Fed. It was just a really fast range, a push to the upside, but there wasn't one of those like massive stop outs. And I think that's what we got overnight. I actually think it helps the bullish case to see that push down there. I actually got on my little Twitter figures and started tweeting some levels last night as we were crashing. And one of them was 25,430s. We didn't get all the way down to the lower level I wanted in the ES, but we got to the level I wanted to see in the Nasdaq, and within 5 minutes, that was basically the low of the day, and we've been out of here. I'm currently long gold going into the open. I do want to see a break above right where we're at, which is this 20 or 42.50. Now, we did that after the gold futures market closed, or the pit close was yesterday, but we never did it during the regular trading hours. That's that previous daily swing high in GC. And if we can push above that off the open, I'm really going to look for that breakout to last more than just a single day, which we haven't had gold catch up to that larger time frame silver breakout. So I'm looking at that structure on the higher time frame breakout. I still think the indexes are going to be back and forth, but with that, they're going to provide great trading opportunity. Your above or below level for me to look at today is what I refer to as the midpoint, which is just 50% retracement of the prior day's range. That is currently this most recent overnight high at 25,700 in the NQ. So if we can get acceptance above that, probably going to happen in the later part of the day. I'm going to be looking for specifically long setups above that level. And for the ES, that equivalent level is going to be a 68.69. So I'm excited about the action today. I love big ranges. They trade technical to the things that I'm looking at. I have some limits below us. I don't know if they're going to trade off the open, but I figured if we have one of those violent moves to the downside before moving higher, we're probably going to stop where I'm looking. And right now I got a limit at 68.51.5 in the ES and 25,533 in the NQ. But for trading the open, I think we got our hands full here this morning, Nick, and I'm pretty excited about it.
So Jack, I love that gold trade. I have my MenthorQ 1-day max is at 42.72. So I like the fact that you're pretty close to that at 69.5 for your target. My question is, are you gonna would you at any point during the shooting match here move that stop up, or just leave the bracket?
Yeah, no, I'll move that stop up. I mean, I should probably do it now, and I'll just move it above my break even, at least at this point. And then this swing high, I typically like to cycle my stops every 25 minutes. So once this leg starts, we have an ATR bar up here. Which is just, once again, I should repeat this every time. I'm like, I guess there's new viewers every time, but that means that's what I love to see. That 5-minute candle is 50% greater than your average true range. It also happens to be in that breakout point I was talking about. If you look at a daily chart, that 42.50 is a previous daily swing high from like a few weeks ago. And the push above that expanding range, no coincidence that we're getting that. I like to let that run for 25 minutes. So if that happened, what did that happen? That was a 905 bar. So if that's a 905 bar, I push that out 25 minutes, and then I start recalibrating what I want to do with this trade. And so that's going to put me at 930. And then at 930, I'll just throw this stop up. I mean, I could probably do it now. We should not reverse on that bar because it's an ATR expansion bar. Usually, especially if you can line it up with a higher time frame breakout level like we have at the 42.50s, you're going to get some form of a squeeze. And this is the first time we're doing this during the gold futures open. But I do think if we continue to push up here, actually, we got a lot more room to run than where I got my target. I got targets up at 42.96. Whether that happens today or not is to be determined. It'd be quite the push to make it work.
All right. Good, great stuff, Jack. Appreciate you for sure. And yes, we will cut and paste X handles in volume profile. I was asking for your X handle. We'll go ahead and put it in the chat for both you and Nick. Both great follows. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate everybody being a part of the NinjaTrader Live community. I do want to remind everybody we have a subscribe button on the channel, and we greatly appreciate subscriptions. It helps the network considerably. It's free to do. We're keeping the highest level talent we can get here almost all day long here at NinjaTrader Live, and we're going to continue that going into next year. So we do appreciate the subscriptions. No commercials here, just us guys talking trading and doing some live trading. So we appreciate those subscriptions. Having said all that, guys, man, I wish you the best of luck on your positions this morning, Nick and Jack, and I will dip into the chat.
Thanks, Jim.
Later, Jim.
All right. Chat.
What's up?
How we doing? Good morning. Good morning.
I'm doing good, man. I love to see these markets finally move. For a while, it just changes. It changes the way you got to trade. I go from like trying to take 1-to-1s, one to maybe twos. Personally, for me, in that sideways market, just scraping around. You're not getting any big wins, and then all of a sudden, market starts expanding. That's when you sit down in your chair and take advantage of it. So I'm excited to see some movement here, and it's really across every asset class that I'm watching. I mean, oil's moving. Oil's been moving, actually, but these indexes are truly finally moving.
Yeah, let's hope we can finally kind of leave this range that we've really been in and see if we can get some continuation. But yeah, until then, I don't mind scalping a range back and forth, playing the edges. But yeah, it seems like the ES is just glued to this 6850s kind of spot, 6870s, 6850s. That's almost our permanent home, it feels like, for the last couple weeks. And it looked like yesterday afternoon and then this morning or even last night, we were going to finally potentially break upside, downside, whatever. But until then, I mean, I'm good with it. I did have a good laugh that I was talking up silver, which is continuing to just absolutely rip to the upside. But I made gold jealous yesterday afternoon, so it had to once again make that breakout higher off. What is it? 4200s. Excuse me. But yeah, I think was that another new all-time high in silver?
Not quite there yet. I guess the overnight high. Yeah, the overnight high.
The
was
overnight high.
New all-time high. But
60,
yeah, we're pushing up on it.
63.25s.
I was saying yesterday, so when silver actually bottomed in 2020, I went to like all of the pawn shops in my area with just cash in hand. And I was like, because the futures are traded down to I think like $11, and I was like, this is the lowest I'm ever gonna see it. And I just went in. I was like, all right, give me like, what do you got? You got kilos, you got rounds. So I just picked up all this random assortment of silver that I still have. I got back. Interesting enough, there was a bat on the quarter of 2020. So I got these big, fat 5-ounce coins are like this big, and they have a bat on them. Coincidentally, in 2020, that's kind of interesting. But got a bunch of random pieces of silver, and I keep it in this little. I'm not gonna see where I keep it, but but yeah, now it's all the way up here. I figured gold has performed pretty well too, but there's like a doomsday clock that shows the ratio of silver to the dollar that goes back to the early 1900s. That's pretty incredible. If it were to ever get repriced, I'm not like a conspiracy fanatic to think that the dollar is going to get repriced to hard assets at any point in time in our lifetime, but who knows? There's a chance.
Silver going back to the 1929 lows is what you're saying?
Yeah, we're getting not back to the 1929 lows, but back to the dollar conversion rates. But once they realize that all we do is print money, sooner or later, they're going to tie it to something physical or maybe Bitcoin. Who knows? I mean, but we're finally seeing the appreciation. I think silver is going over $100 an ounce. Yes.
I could definitely see, silver tops in, of course. No, I could see silver going up into the 70s for sure at some point into the new year. We'll see how much continuation we get, but there was somebody in the chat. Yes, we do in fact know, Jack and I do know when the pit open is for metals. So good morning to you, sir. We do in fact know it is at 7:20 Central Time. So just FYI. Good morning.
Good morning.
Deli, how cold is it in Chicago? You said you're heading to the main office. And Jack, you're in Chicago, so it's probably freezing.
I am in Chicago. Yesterday was a nice, warm 36 high, although I did not leave my house, which really, you got to make sure you leave because otherwise I'm just like, I go crazy because I sit at my desk all day. I'm like, I need to leave to go to the gym. I don't really have many reasons to leave, so I really need to because I don't go to an office. But if I did go to an office, I used to have an office until COVID hit, and then I'm like, you know what? I'm good. I don't think I need an office anymore.
It's been it's cold here, but apparently we're gonna get a high of 70 degrees tomorrow.
Ooh,
so that'll be nice.
But
it was like I was running what was it, Monday morning, and it was like 25 degrees at like 6 a.m. So that was fun.
Anthony, cold enough but not cold enough for me to wear a hat. I bet you got the reverse earmuff, so it just like goes around the back of your head to keep the swoop going.
I just can't imagine I mean, I've been there in February because I was working for a company that decided to use the Chicago Convention Center for an all hands kind of kickoff event, and they probably got the best deal possible by hosting said event in Chicago in February. So nobody was counting nickels there for sure.
We keep out the weak ones. It's, you gotta brave it.
I
I
just laughed
literally
because
just
I
have
had
sweat. I have snow pants. I just throw them over there, like, they're the size bigger than I am, and I just throw them over my pants. I could drive to the gym, but I walk to the gym. My gym's about, I don't know, 0.9 miles away from me or so. So it's like a 20-minute walk, 15-minute walk. But I like to brave the cold unless it's like below 10. Then I'm like, ugh, that's really cold.
yeah.
Like 30 is not that bad.
No, it's not. It's doable. But I just laughed when I was there, and I had colleagues and other friends in the space that are doing events in February, like in Mexico or in Vegas and Scottsdale, other places. No, I'm in Chicago in February for a work event. Just I died. Ah,
Hey, it's an
never again.
economic decision.
It definitely was.
What type of business was that?
So I worked for tech for a long time. I mean, that's pretty much where I
Nice.
spent majority of my career before getting laid off in 2023, and then found my way into this space somehow.
Tech, such a broad. I worked in
Well,
technology.
no, so I did. Yeah, I worked
Gardening
for the
technology.
I worked for the Mag 7. So I was in
Nice. There
I was
you go.
worked
Keep
for
it
one of
broad.
the
Keep it broad.
hyperscalers for a while. Well, you just I mean people
People are
who
weird.
people who know me know exactly where it is and where I spent my time and everything else. But
Now
you
your
know,
next thing you know, it'll be outside your house.
yeah, exactly. I just sometimes keep things vague. But everybody knows where everybody's heard my story at this point and has a rough idea of where I've worked. Um yeah.
How's that stock doing? How's that? You still got those convertible options, or
Un-
what? Do you hold on to
unfortunately,
them? They made you liquidate them?
unfortunately, they decided to cancel them when you get laid
Oh,
off.
that's crazy. That's like, I feel like that should be like illegal. How, like, they just
Well,
incentivize to let you go.
I mean, a lot of the time that's just how it is. If your vest doesn't fall into your severance period, in theory, I
Yeah.
mean, sometimes it depends on your state too of how they can do it, how they can structure it. But yeah, unfortunately, it is what it is. Those, just seeing how much how much everything's risen since 2023 just makes you laugh when you look at it and you're like, oh, okay, that could have been what? Oops.
That's nice.
Yeah, and I started there in like 2018 too. So I got a lot
Oh
of my
wow.
shares during Powell's first
How's
whatever
Dave?
rates tantrum that he did
Yeah.
at that point. If everyone remembers kind of this time of the year in 2018.
Kind of crazy to think back that way. I guess I'm gonna go over some chart work that I got on here, some
Yeah,
things I
go
pay
for it.
attention to. So I'm gonna go to a daily chart. And for those of you guys who know my work, I'm a big fib guy. And I don't know if that's gonna be the best time for me to look at this. Let me zoom in. But there is what I refer to as an extension. See, I don't actually know how to zoom in on this, but the high of the 24th of November drawn to high was something I was looking for to pull back into its 50% retracement. And that's exactly where we came last night in both the ES. That level was, it's like 68.19s in the upside target. And this is how I will view the market moving forward, especially if we close above this. If today closes above the 78% of this entire range, I will be looking for this target all the way up at 69.47 to complete. So that's kind of my higher time frame point of view right now in the index. And I'll break it down to a 15-minute chart, and I can show you how these levels reacted previously. But we literally came down to that level. That's right here. That's that 50% retracement. This was what I refer to as an ATR expansion bar. That is I don't know how big that bar is. That is 50 to like 20, like 35 point bar roughly. and there was zero continuation. It was hit that level wall. And I have been in my trade plan videos that I do every morning for my people. That's been on my screen for 2 weeks, or not 2 weeks. Like it, yeah, I guess going into last week, I should say. From there, what you can see is we actually held, and I'm going to go to once again a little fib tool here. We started holding immediately 50% retracements. Okay, so just drawing that swing low to the most recent swing high here, we're bouncing, and we've gone up to targets. That's how you know that one of those levels is reacted. You can see the last move out of this, you get that ATR expansion, that big old yellow bar, and then we rally for 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the fifth bar, which is, like I said, I always say 25 minutes. I like to look at the market in 25-minute cycles from breakouts. I'll show you guys a couple examples of that here. We break out, we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the high. I don't know why that's the high, but just seems like the market moves in 25-minute cycles. Back to the downside, we make the high 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Next bar is the low. Okay, so it's just something I'm paying attention to. So this morning, what I'm looking for, there's a couple of variations of potential support. Need to delete this. I need to get better with these drawing tools, but I'm just gonna. I want to remove this one. All right. Well, I'm just gonna remove them all. I'm just gonna remove them all because I do know how to do that. In the morning, I'm going to be looking for, there's a couple of variations. One, just a retest at a higher time frame, but this swing low that began around 345 to high, that's right about where I got my limit right there. And then I also am lining that up with what I refer to as a leg start, which is this white level, or this white bar, and that's just a 3-bar continuation move that just highlights what I see to be as the beginning of a leg. So this is a leg, and that's the beginning of the leg. So I call that confluence, or double confirmation, or 2 different levels of technical support that I'm looking at. So that's where I'm coming up with that ES support here this morning. And yeah, gold continues to break out. And then if I go to the Nasdaq, see if I can get that daily chart. Very, very similar draw. Okay, taking the high of the 24th, the high, it looks like a freaking disaster when I'm zoomed this far out, but the high of the 24th, the high, we came down to that 50% retracement. That was, close, very close. It was within 5 minutes of the overnight low. So you can see we traded that level. And that, once again, that level has been something I've been looking at for quite some time. And you also, the acceleration into that level is something I love to see, because it tells me a lot of traders are off sides. They're puking their positions, and they puke them right down into that as the market was taking out previous lows. These traders are off sides. Their stops are getting hit. They might not even be at their desk, but they got their risk control metrics on, and it's just an immediate stick, like a wall, a rotation back up, and then just a hold of swing lows and 50% retracements. So the higher time frame breakout retest here, this right around this 25,532, that's the 38% of the draw that I was showing you guys. That's where I'm sitting with the limit. Now, the limit between my ES and my Nasdaq, they're different levels. I don't often like to have the same setup limited, because it's taking the same trade. You're just multiplying your risk if you're buying the ES and the Nasdaq at the same point, realistically. So I have a little bit of a staggered position. I don't know if it's going to come down to these levels by any means, but I know if it does, I want to buy. So that's how I'm looking at the open right here as far as what I want to take. And then just hoping that gold can continue higher here. I need to switch this back. Is this on a 15-minute chart? Let's go back to 5-minute here. Gold continues to pop higher. Previous RTH high for GC, not the Globex session, is about where my target is. So, yeah, that's what I got, Nick. a little lesson for the crew.
Well,
how I look at the markets.
I like it. I mean, at this point, I'm just waiting for the open and looking to play this, watch to see if there's any reaction up towards this 720, 730 spot in NQ, which is also the week's VWAP as well. So if there was a reoffer or potentially some weakness off the open, I could see it in this general area. The week open on NQ just a tad higher than this as well, and on ES, sitting around that 68, 80s type or area, excuse me. So I don't know. This should be an interesting open. We got 90 seconds until the bell. Good morning, Chris. Nick, do you use a footprint chart? I mean, I have one. I don't actively really look at it. I never really take trades off it. Sometimes when I'm like watching, like when a low is made, or something, like if you get something like this on an overnight low, I may go back and look at it as we kind of, let's say, are building a little bit of consolidation slightly above that. I may go down there and kind of see what happened, just to get some determination. Is that a decent bottom potentially in a situation like this for like a new swing in theory to form? But as far as like intraday and like execution wise, I'm not looking that closely at it in real time. For me, still, it's time and sales, and what is the delta of that area in a different form. So I like to use, like I said, the leg to leg and other things that will populate on my chart instead of the footprint. For me, it's just easier to understand it. Some people can read a footprint better. I prefer kind of to read the delta by price in said area. It allows me to identify things a little better. But like anyone else, you can digest information a little different based on like your learning style or just however you take information. So yeah, no footprint for me. We are open in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good morning, everybody. Trade safe out there.
You got a bell at your house? What?
No, I can just I don't know. What is it? I mean, I think Thinkorswim, somebody used to have the bell built into it.
Thinkorswim, dude.
Yeah. I was like, I used to hear it when I traded, but then I realized, yeah, I think that was Thinkorswim when I was trading options.
Well, who just rang the bell? Somebody rang the bell.
Production's always got us with good sound bites. I will welcome the day that we get our first Jack soundbite as well.
We want that Santa Claus rally. Where you at?
Okay, they are way ahead of me, folks. We have sound bites for Jack.
Wow! I didn't know I signed off on that one.
Oh yeah, you sold your life away.
I sold my rights.
FYI.
I sold my rights. That's hilarious.
Nobody works harder than production, but
I believe that.
As I was kind of alluding to a couple minutes ago, like this week VWAP, this area up to like 720s, I could see us potentially getting some weakness. So we did get a little bit of an offer there off the open, but so far sitting around.
Gold. Slam the open. We're at the 50% retracement from the 330 low right now in the NQ immediately. I still want to see it lower. That's the equivalent. The setup that the Nasdaq's trading is actually where my bid is in the ES. But the Nasdaq's leading us lower here with the volatility. Looking at how many points we've traded so far. 74 points. Actually, not too bad for the first minute. 74 points in 1 minute.
See if we bounce here off the overnight VWAP.
You can sound white that. Austin Powers.
I love gold.
Let's go. Yeah, he's better than I am. You know what? This gold is gonna make me want to 25,587 is getting a bid in the NQ. Like I said, that is the European session open low. That open low right around like 330 to the most recent high. That's at 50% retracement, which is the exact setup I was looking to buy in the ES. We're not there though. We're not there. All right, gold.
Frank, these are the OFL volume profiles.
Cracking me up.
What is gold doing? Rip into the upside.
Man, I might be stretching if we're clearing 69s here. I might be stretching this GC target up. Just
I mean,
gold.
I welcome gold finally leaving this range, perhaps going back up to 4,300 and kind of retesting it.
I'm moving her. I just had CL complete a profit target I had here at 57.19, but just because we complete a short target does not make it a long. That's always like to remind myself.
Yeah,
Good morning, everybody.
I always love that too, where it's like especially if I like miss a trade and it goes like suddenly I'm like looking for the opposite side of it just because it finally got to my like whatever my initial like read of like, hey, you know, it would probably I could see us getting long here, maybe go retesting this spot, and then a second we get to that spot, I'm like, all right, now I'm gonna look to short it for some reason because I missed the long.
100%, 100%. Yeah, I feel like some of my worst trades come from those ideas.
Yeah, and it's just like you're literally fading at a point where you'd probably start to move down to runners and not flatten the position because you know it's going to reject off there. Like I don't know, there's something there's a part of my mental there that needs to still be fixed at times.
Yeah, so these indicators I'm using, they're things I've built, but I'll just give you the basic idea of them. The oscillator line, like positive, this is 3, is it's a measurement of 5 different indicators, and then it oscillates the value based on whether those indicators are printing bullish or bearish. So the higher the number, the more bullish those indicators are printing. Obviously, no indicator is one all be all. But right now we're positive 3 in the gold market, and we're positive 3 in ES. That can change, that can change with every bar. But what it measures is the average true range expansion, swing lows above or below VWAP, above or below PSAR, and something I call the leg star, which is the white dots you see on my screen. So when I'm long, if I find myself, let's say I was shorting gold right now, and then I took one look at this indicator and it was printing a number 3, the highest can go is 5, I'd be like, well, I'm fading the momentum that this indicator is telling me exists. So that's what it is. I call it the startup trading momentum indicator, but it's just something I've built here. But yes, like and sub on the stream for the homies. Got 1,000 people watching right now.
If you don't hit the likes, you hate puppies.
Ooh.
I hadn't heard that one live. That's a good one.
RTY strong, huh? Yeah. So RTY is in a 5-year breakout, and I actually think that's going to be a market. It's been off my radar for quite some time, but I will personally gyrate to different markets depending on the structure of which they're trading. But yeah, RTY through the overnight high here. It's going to drag the Nasdaq up. No, it's not going to drag the Nasdaq up, but it is going higher.
I mean, buyers are trying here.
Yeah, they are. I mean, I'm bullish. I just want to buy lower. I want us to go down so we can go up. That'd be great. That'd be great. There's going to be some opportunities today. Let's see here. Wholesale inventories at 10 a.m. It's really the next thing we got going on. And bond auction at 1 here today. So.
Oh yeah, we got the long bond today.
And silver is going to be pushing that new all-time high, and momentarily we were a few pennies off of it. So gold, you know what? I'm going to reach for the stars on this gold trade and look for 42.96, but I'm going to be holding it all day.
I like it.
And then I won't have to do much.
Right.
I'll still place trades, but it's nice when you get to watch something, feels eager to, especially the way it's moving. I'm like, you are moving fast. There we go. New all-time high in silver.
Boom.
You are moving fast. And this isn't even when Anthony, it was Jim, he was like, you're going to move your stop up. And I was like, well, I'm going to wait 25 minutes. I feel like it hasn't even been there. We put in another ATR expansion bar there as well. And so I can move my stop and just trail these ATR expansion bars because we really should never come back below them. 920. Wow. There goes the ES.
Yep. So there was that.
All
Like
right,
we said,
so
down
we are
there,
holding.
buyers are really trying to push at the 580s, starting to initiate, and looks like they're going to get what they asked for. Did I read this right? Did Disney just, I mean, I know I've made plenty of jokes about the OpenAI partnerships in this world, just coming from that world at the end of the day, and just seeing a lot of these fluff press release strategic partnership things. But did Disney just announce a deal with OpenAI for $1 billion? Did anyone else confirm that for me? I saw it on X. I just would like to know if that's
They're going to
actually
draw the
real.
cartoons for us now.
And I'm curious how they would use it. I mean, maybe parks, obviously streaming and stuff. I could see them utilizing it, but I don't know. That made me laugh.
One of my
$1 billion from
neighbors-
Disney. Thanks, Whit. It's real. All right.
Yeah, there we go. Confirmation.
Yeah.
One of my neighbors is an old school pit trader, and he's like this rough and tough guy. And he's on vacation right now. So I took a picture of his car and put a burglar in it using AI and sent them the photo. Lost it. Absolutely hilarious. It's getting scary how easy it is to like create things.
I'm all for it. I just laugh because I used to structure like strategic partnership agreements and negotiate them and sign them and things. And it's just, sometimes it's a lot of marketing jargon and fluff, but commitment from spend on both sides in some capacity. All right.
Maybe
so
we can. I would love to see us sweep down. I'm going to move.
I want to sweep previous day low in NQ here and see what happens.
Okay. Our regular trading hour is low, right? Just
yes, it'd be like
or
the
overnight
530s.
low. You want to get overnight low? You're greedy.
Well, the overnight low would be
I want to buy
nasty.
If we get to that prior day low, I want to. That's about where my limit is actually.
Yeah, why should all of our friends in Asia and London get all the fun to buy that low? I would love the opportunity as well.
Yeah. XY was like, "You trade Asia?" I'm like, "Yeah, dude. I trade Asia when it's moving. I mean, I'll just like I can see like, you know, I'd see quotes and it was like, all right, well, we are moving. I took one look at the indexes and I was like, oh boy, we are getting. I was actually watching that P. Diddy documentary. That is messed up. It's some messed up stuff.
My wife started that the other night, and I just had to be like, "Hey, can we put something else on? It's been a long day, long week. I need some positivity."
Yeah.
And sometimes it's just I mean, I'm always that person though. If she puts on a murder documentary or something at 8:00 at night, and I'm like, can we just not? Can we do something else?
Yeah, I mean, he just seemed like a total monster. They definitely did a good job portraying how they wanted to. Of course, there's two sides to every story, but that story seems really one-sided. It's like I'm like, man, this guy killed Tupac and Biggie.
Stick to Hallmark. You know what's funny? I have made this joke before, but every once in a while you see some of these like holiday releases or just certain movies, some of the original releases from like Netflix or some of these streaming platforms, and I sit here and think, I would love to hear what screenplay, what script lost in a like bid meeting or a pitch meeting to some of these content executives. Like if they made that, if they threw money at that one, what lost to it? What did they say no to?
Yeah. I mean, he's got the celebrity status, so it's pretty easy for them to say yes, I guess. 54. I'm gonna move my stop up here to 54s in. A little bit of a room here, but once we really start expanding in these in this gold market, it's I don't want to keep it tight if I'm holding. We did come up to where my target was, and this is where I'm like 4 hours later, I'm like, should have just taken that target, Jack. Just take the target. Just take the target. But no, we're moving so fast, and it's post FOMC. It's just the beginning of the day. If we didn't have this, the news event, I always like to say once that news is released, it's like all this terminal velocity building up, and it's like just coming at you, and you really want to. It's the wind up in the pitch. You got to let that spring unload. And that's why as if this was a normal day or if this was pre-FOMC in gold, I would just be cutting in here, not looking for anything else. But with not that it's really been tracking silver too much, but the post FOMC breakout of the 4250s, something I'm paying attention to. And I would love to see this news event come out here. I mean, we got about 15 minutes to just fill my NQ. I moved my ES order up just because it looks like it's holding a little something more aggressive.
Yeah, NQ swept that low, and ES kind of bounced off the OR mid there. But so far, it's still a very tight range. Only about 10 points so far in NQ. Or ES, excuse me, 13.
Yep, fat old bar lower, and then instant shell.
Yeah, Cooper out. You know, it's funny. I saw that. I see that too. RTY just being the cleaner, the clean trade. The one that nobody wants to talk about is, trading the old Rusty. But apparently, yes, it can just trade better than ES and NQ. And I don't know why I don't look at it more.
The 5-year breakout, man. Trade it while it's hot. I love switching into markets when they're like breaking out. I mean, it's once you get the contract details down, you're like, okay. But like other than that, the Russell was absolute disaster for years. Man, Nat gas though, you want to go to a market that's trending. Nat gas is down 15% in 5 days. That is a huge move for futures market.
Mm-hmm.
Oil's lead. So like out of the markets I watch, we got silver in the lead with the last 5-day performance at 9.8%, and then Russell number 2 at 1.8. What a big gap between those two numbers. Number 1 on the downside, Nat gas. Number 2 to the downside, CL, makes sense, and then Bitcoin, VIX if you're counting it, but I'm not counting the VIX. That refers to a trend bar. That noise on my screen. Closing on highs again here in this 5-minute bar, NGC.
I may try along here.
Let's see. Yeah, 15.
No. There it goes. I was like, there's a seller. Let me just wait to see if he leaves. Nope, he pressed. All right, at this point, sweep previous day low.
No, what? I think I went there.
Do I have a 1-minute chart? So no, this is a 500 volume chart, but on NQ, it's gonna look and behave kind of similar to a 1-minute. XY uses the 1-minute, I believe, on his NQ chart. My ES is 1500 volume. So ES, I usually am using a 5-minute or 1500.
When you're looking for that sweep below, are you looking for a continuation, or you want to see that liquidation and then a reversal?
Yeah, kind of a similar move that we just saw, making a new low of the day there, where we just kind of sweep it. You see kind of sellers exhaust themselves a little bit, and then we start to get that little bit of a build above it. But so far, sellers are still pressing. So maybe we head back down towards those 470s. I'm not exactly excited to buy this just yet. Seeing as how ES is kind of going to test the bottom of the opening range here, but let's see. Ooh, there's somebody absorbing. 2,000.
That's me and my friends.
I was going to say 2,000. Somebody just came in with 2,000 lots right there at 65s and is still iceberging a little bit. Let's see. There's also 1,000 lot at 68.70s now too.
1,000 lot. Right. Come on.
Order filled.
There we go.
Yeah, I was talking about the 5-minute opening range. All right, NQ took out previous day low. Let's see if we want to find a floor here.
want this ES order.
Order canceled.
Can't see my ES. I'm going to drop back to 52s.
Jack, can you walk us through your long on NQ?
I walked it through earlier, but I'll walk it through again. So I'm just buying an anticipated support level. And so where yesterday's low is, breakout retest. And I mean, obviously we're cracking down to that low. I'm just buying the prior day's low here with a limit order. And I'll give it some time to turn around. The ATR here, I have to look it up and load something.
No, they're going to get me.
So this is just this line on my chart is just an anticipated support level that I'm looking for. And there may or may not be anybody home on it.
Nope.
If there isn't, I'm looking at 25,432s.
Yeah, ES is starting to break down here towards those London lows. So on hands now. See if we find a bottom or if we're going to just go try to take out the overnight low here on NQ. Which we got a ways, 100 points away. Job, good morning.
Stop filled.
All right, nobody home.
Yeah, they're just going to flush this. Nick, I saw you like the idea of trading out mini with micros. Oh, the Tradeovate thing. Yes, I actually do think that's a really cool idea, especially if you don't really understand how to trade spreads. I know Pax and other people have been trying to talk about the ways you can do it. But for the average trader who's still learning and things, it's a way that I think you could capture a larger move, take a little risk off, and potentially gain a few more points. And yeah, you're sacrificing maybe some more commissions out of it, but I think you have higher upside if you're able to really sit in a move and kind of break down into runners versus just if you were someone who's trading like one or two minis, there's no way for you to really take runners or scale out of it. You're all in, all out with, if you're someone like me that was kind of trading 1 to 3 minis for a long time, it was basically like that. I had to be kind of in and out in a single clip at times. It was harder to hold a runner for a wider move. So this kind of allows you to do that a little bit.
So I'm not sure I fully understood that. So that means like if you buy one full size contract or like one mini, you can trade out micros. So if you buy like one mini, you can trade out at 10 micros.
Yes, and I believe from how I was reading it, it's not like it's basically like an automated way of doing the spread version of it. So it'll actually allow you to do it. It'll convert it, or the platform will actually allow you to do it. Versus, okay, I'm going to still be short NQ, but I'm going to start longing MNQ to trade out of it. So it's actually like converting it, I believe, to micros. So cool idea. It's interesting. I'm going to see how it evolves, but I think for for some prop traders out there, if you're using some of those systems, like it's a good way, I think, for you to capture more moves and, still be in the trade. Nick, you trader, you abandoned ES. I'm always in a back and forth relationship with ES. Some days as to quote XY, NQ is toxic and I shouldn't talk to her.
NQ's toxic. Nobody talked to her.
See? When do we roll over? I believe rollover starts next week. Correct? Right? Be the third Friday? Yes. I think rollover is next week. So we'll see how the volume looks Monday or so. Yeah, we are just melting down here. NQ's going to make a attempt here to go push to those overnight lows, it looks like. Oh, yeah. Seller's pushing here.
On the hammer.
I might have just missed it. Let's see if I get a chance to buy this or sell this, excuse me. Pretty nasty so far.
Tuesday's low in the ES right now. Very close to that 530 in the NQ.
I mean, ES still has another 10, 15 points to kind of be sitting at the bottom of this little node that we continue to build since Thanksgiving. Yeah, NQ doesn't look as pretty here. And if we were to lose like 390s.
Yeah, there is just nobody home.
Yeah. Yeah, if we kind of lose the overnight low with some volume, it's a little interesting. But we'll see. The bottom edge of this balance that we were talking about coming on to this morning's stream, I mean, it's been bought every time since Thanksgiving. Like continues to be bought down here at the 400s. So
I am long ES for that person. I guess I can move it into my chart. Yeah. Right back to the bottom of the range. We got a clear back above. See if these sellers can exhaust or if there's something more going on here. Push it through the. I'd like to see us trade back above 57s to make me feel comfortable.
Norseman, why aren't the markets this fun every day? Well, because apparently we have to stay in a range bound market for, we're waiting for FOMC every 3 weeks, apparently.
And then everybody makes their move.
Mm-hmm. And then I'm going to hear like, oh, okay, now we're going to wait till next week. We're going to wait till rollover and options expiration clears, and then we're going to move. Just seems like every other week, it's like there's a reason we're consolidating.
Yeah, if there's nothing here in the Nasdaq, the next thing I got below, so we take out that low, I'm looking all the way down to like 25,240s. It's really the next thing I would have anybody stepping in. There's nobody home here, would not be surprised. That's where I think we're going.
Yep.
But yeah,
really, you could have reoffered there too. They really did give you that opportunity. Yeah. Well, or it looks like we're going to take out the overnight low in NQ. So no reason to try to catch this. Not just yet. Let's see. Yeah, this is like a big low volume node from the all-time high to that swing low, looking at the volume profile here. Let's see if anybody wants to buy this again, or if we're all about to die here. Nick, we should have been shorting last week's high yesterday. Yeah, that was a spot I talked about kind of jokingly, but also not kind of jokingly last week. I think I was on with Joey where I was talking about like that's an area like I could see potentially. I mean, it was either we're gonna go to a new all-time high or it's going to reoffer here. So I had made the thought of like I could see opening a swing short here in that, like I think we were trading at like the 7 whatever it was, like the 730 740s. And we went a little higher, like, yeah, we went another 100 points, but that spot made sense in the longer time frame that you could find some sellers there. But yeah, if we weren't trying to make a joke yesterday or out of yesterday's afternoon, I probably would have, let my my intrusive thoughts win and shorted that high post FOMC yesterday. See? Yeah. McNasty did. After picking on you all afternoon, I ended up taking the short. See? I wasn't crazy with when I said, like, my gut here is to offer this. But since we turned it into a meme of me getting stopped out, but also being right, I chose not to.
Watch, it will pay. I may have been early, but I'm not wrong.
Apparently, this is my new soundbite because that is the theme of me on the show.
Early and not wrong is a tough place to be.
I just seem, Jack, to always like have the right idea, but just take the stop out just about 2 minutes too early. Uh-oh. Am I still here?
You're here. I see it. Well, I don't know. I'm watching the Zoom, so.
No, you're good. My computer like froze for a second. Clearly, it couldn't handle the wholesale inventories numbers that just came out.
Yeah, there's the news, the big news for the day.
Nick, you should have listened to us. We were only off by a day. I mean, I talked about the asteroid pattern post Brontosaurus pattern. So it's exactly what's printing now, 400 points lower. Need more RAM? Yeah, that'll be $4,000. What happened? When I upgraded my PC from 32 to 64, like it was not that expensive. It was like $100 maybe for the plug. Or for the ship, excuse me. I don't know what happened.
How much RAM are you running?
64. But this is a pre-built that I then kind of upgraded. But I'm due. This computer's like a couple years old. But I also don't feel like I don't have the time to do another custom build myself. I can't even. I was joking with some of the boys and I was telling XY yesterday, like it's taken me over almost 2 years since having the baby at this point to finish certain projects that I had started, not even started, but had purchased items for said projects. And I'm still finishing one. I will be finished with this weekend, but I bought the stuff for it over a year ago. And it's taken me this long to actually find the independent downtime outside of all the other normal housework and things you do to just do a random personal project.
Yeah, it's been about 5 years since I custom built a PC myself. I'm just go on and buy whatever top line they got offering within a reasonable price.
I'd rather just go to
I don't got the time
Micro Center or whatever and just be like, hey, give me just a good pre-built between $2,000 and $3,000. That's like, the newest specs I could get, and I'll be happy with that. That'll be more than enough for what I need for streaming and trading. Let's be serious.
I agree. Yeah, no, there's something going on in the memory market related to, I guess, I don't know. Micron, I heard, stepped out. One of the companies stepped out of personal PC market memory creation. It was Micron, but I'm not positive.
Do y'all trade with a Mac or a PC? So I have a MacBook Pro that's on the left of me. that's got, Trading View and Discord and YouTube and things, the chat I can see on the Mac, and then streaming and trading. So production, everybody, Ninja is on the PC on the other computer. So it just is easier for me to run a two thing setup to keep things a little separate.
All right. Well, we are holding this 25,430 area in the NQ. Did not get that overnight low to take out ES, holding that lower level of support. Definitely need to break some of this
Did
structure.
we really just did not take out the overnight low.
Got close. I think I got stopped on with one tick of the low.
That drives me nuts because this is, and I've said this before, guys, like everybody knows, I'm probably not going to get long here. I may actually reoffer this, to be honest, if we get a little higher. But you will see me miss out on potentially this eventual reversal V-shape upside because we didn't take out that overnight low because I chose not to front run it in some capacity.
RTY erased that whole move up this morning.
Wish Ninja had a Mac desktop app. Yeah, I know people that run parallels though. If you're a big Mac user, like not a big deal.
So memory heavy.
It is. Like, yeah, that's
the computer will be on fire.
I was never a fan of running Windows on my Mac, but hey.
Yeah,
but if you are a fan of Ninja and you use a Mac, I mean, you can use the web application. TradeAvate and Ninja Web are great tools. So for our Mac friends out there, that's what I would recommend.
100%. I would not recommend running parallels on a Mac.
Mm-hmm.
I've done it before because I still have a Mac. It's basically just an extremely expensive streaming device that I watch like Netflix on for $2,000.
I'm gonna watch this 485 to 490s kind of
Getting
area
back
of the month
above
open.
where I want to see. This is, I don't know. It's looking. I don't want to short it at the bottom of this range. I'm scared of it. I'm scared of the beach ball underwater.
Yeah. I mean, guys, I'm not saying use parallels. I was literally saying it's an option. My recommendation would be like buy a decent pre-built PC that's got some decent specs and you can run it that way. Like you can run a laptop that way, whatever. Like that's how I would do it. I wouldn't, if you're a Mac user, like there's nothing wrong with just getting a second setup. Because for the average person, you're not sitting at a trading station. You may be working a 9 to 5. So you're going to need to be more of a mobile, web-based trader at times anyway.
Oh,
yes,
man.
I did see that Costco has had some very good pre-built PCs for anybody in the market out there. They had a bunch for around Black Friday. I saw a bunch of people posting some decent stuff for $1,000 to $1,500. Get you a pretty good computer.
Order submitted.
I'm going to try to get long.
Go for it.
Again. I just hope we don't go straight up like we went straight down.
I really hope we don't go straight up because
the straight up, straight down is tough for me.
Yep.
It's like you can't get a pullback. It's either stuck trying to catch a knife or yeah, I got an Alienware and an exotic. Multiple, I have 5 computers.
Yeah, I have an Alienware that's collecting dust. It was my first like trading computer because I was still traveling and working and stuff. So I had brought that to run Ninja and other trading platforms and things when I was first starting. But now because I don't travel anymore for work, like it just is collecting dust on a shelf somewhere.
See if I can get a straight buy. Yeah, I mean, sooner or later, one of these ways we're gonna go, but this is why. Oh man.
Man, we really did. That just drives me nuts, guys. I know I took a similar long to this couple of weeks ago where we didn't take out like the overnight low or the previous day low, and I happened to get long with it before it happened. But That looked pretty violent to the downside. To the
130 off the low there in the NQ.
Yeah. That looked a little more precarious than other times
I literally
when we
bottom
V
tick
out
the
of it.
ES. I bottom tick the ES. Ninja's gonna get into the PC game. Yep. Boosting. Oh my gosh.
I'm going to try a reoffer here. I might get run over. They're still absorbing at this high. I got a terrible entry. All right, it's going to go. Never mind. Let it go. Probably should have waited for the overnight VWAP, but whatever.
I would say this.
It's going to stop me out. All right.
If you don't care and you don't have a preference, I would go with the PC. If you like your Mac, go ahead and use it.
Oh, no, they did not just do that.
Maybe one of those ones we need to like almost trap a little higher.
Or just stop me out and then potentially reoffer. It wouldn't be me on stream if this doesn't happen. Guys, the move hasn't happened yet. You guys know I might have been a little overzealous on that reoffer. We'll see what happens here at the 24-hour VWAP, which is probably where you should have entered. I should have thought about entering. But till then, it still looks like buyers are just going to V this thing.
Volatility is here, that's for sure. I mean, those are some big candles.
Mm-hmm.
Vacuum back higher.
My
goodness.
goodness.
Is this aggressive?
Nasty.
This straight up, straight down. Straight down, straight up.
You just can't trust sellers ever, apparently. This is what they do. They get you into trouble. And I talked about it, guys. I said it. I was like, the fact that we didn't take this out means I could very easily just hate watch this V all the way back into range.
Yeah, I have an X account. I tweeted last night that the Nasdaq should trade down to 25,430. And there we go. And there we go, right from it. I was a little early on it, but that's trading. Give me an entry. It's Jack Gleason is my ex. It's just my name. Oh man, are we getting back above the open here in the ES? There it is. There it is. There it is, chat, helping me out with production. Great. Come on. We're chasing stars. Not only, I also got stopped out on that low tick in GC, so that was great too. On my trail. To move my orders up. This is where I'm just like, all right, let's give it a time cycle, which is like, that was basically 5, 10, 15 minute move lower in the ES. They wanted her right back up. $10 news was the low.
Yep.
Oh, hi. Here we go.
Let's see if this wants to break. Well, I'm going to see if this is going to play out. I'm also going to see if we can get back below previous day low.
What those little stars you got there?
So that's saying the well, it's a delta flip star basically. So it was like kind of we left an extreme. All right, hang on.
I guess stay in the zone.
I'm gonna have to cover this. Am I gonna scratch this? Come on, sellers, don't let me down here. They're going to. There it goes. All right. Well, that was annoying. Annoying. No, they broke through all that absorption that was sitting right there. At the 5-minute OR low. Could still reoffer here. I could see reoffering anywhere between here and just under 600s, 580s. So take a hot second.
A lot of action, that's for sure.
And 2 little paper cuts for me.
I want to try to get back into gold if I can. Might be some time. Right back to the scene of the crime. This is where the selling had begun. Man, if we push right above that, I mean, right where that NQ and the ES really started losing it at 950, those highs, there's going to be all these shorts are going to be woof, screaming. They can push it up one more time above that. I'd like to see. Then I think we'd get a little bit of overzealous buyers and maybe get that deeper pullback once we scream through those levels. But
Yeah, it's just going to continue higher. Man, that's a bummer. Stupid. I just need to get better about front running my own trade in situations like that. That's once again, just it doesn't take out a psychological MGI level for no reason, and I don't get along with the reversal. That's annoying. Yeah, rough day for the overnight low shorts off the open. If you were trying to short for that target, it never came. But that's the don't be a D for a T type of trade. Like you gotta, that's like whatever you want to. Some people call it the 10% rule, the 90% rule, whatever. When it gets that close, you may just want to get out, especially if you're playing the short side. I feel like
Jim's giving us a gold update here.
gold futures wicked of 42.72. Next target's up 42.77 and 42.82. Thanks, Jim.
I like it. I like it.
Are you still long gold?
No, I literally got stopped out on the low in the ES and gold at 10:01. Right after that news, I got taken out. I moved my trail up and got stopped got stopped out. So I am in nothing. I am flat. I've been moving limit orders up this whole way, but the speed at which it's moving, I'm just not aggressive enough here to get into anything.
Just a absolute violent V, 200 points straight up in NQ after 200 points straight down.
Yeah, honestly, that
Nasty.
is my least favorite type of action.
Yeah, this is a day where, I was trying to long this earlier, and then it becomes like, okay, now I'm shorting this because you're trying to stay along with the trend. But now the trend is basically unwound off the open, and we're back in the opening range. So what a mess.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a willing buyer, but you guys got to bring it back a little bit. We're coming back for like 1 or 2 1-minute candles, and then it's been off to the races. It's just, it is what it is. I mean, that's trading. That's trading. I don't like to complain too much about trading. I'm like, it's the market. It's just, it is
Yep.
what it is.
Yeah.
It's,
I don't get FOMO too much on situations like this, like yacht wit. It's just sometimes it happens, but there's been so many days where I catch these moves. I catch one of these 2 moves and then, feel good about my day or call it a session at that point. So, I mean, I've been a part of them and I'll miss them plenty times. I'll take paper cuts like I have this morning, trying to catch a decent move like this.
Yeah, if I wasn't stopped out on the low of the day in the ES, I'd feel the same as you right now. But that hurts a little.
Yeah,
that
of course
a
it
little.
does.
That hurts a little.
Yeah, this is definitely though the situation off the open. I mean, we're a little less than an hour into the session, but it's very easy to have some pain and then just go on tilt a little bit with this type of price action. So just
And that's what I was trying
be
not to
careful
do,
out there.
is just to go on tilt. I'm like, you know what, just don't go on tilt. So
Because it'd be a situation like that where it's like I missed my long, we didn't take out the overnight low, so now I'm looking to short, and I took a paper cut, and I could very easily just be barreling into more shorts as we continue just to rip to the upside. So
yeah, I am though real. I mean, I'm gonna have, if this is gonna, market's gonna move like it is. I mean, I'm moving my orders up, some more aggressive positioning, just because we're not gonna get pullbacks that I want to see until later.
does streaming help you guys not tilt? I mean, yeah, I would say nobody wants to look like an absolute degenerate in front of thousands of people, of course. So you do probably keep yourself a little more honest. And maybe you take one or two less trades at times than you may have do by yourself in a dark, cold room. But yeah, not on a day like this. Like I've said this several times, guys, the last like week or two. Like I'm winding down my trading for the remainder of 2025. So for me, no big deal to miss a portion of this and have a couple stop outs. It just is what it is.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine wanting to go full tilt in front of 1,000 people.
Was that low better on ES? No. Still was nothing that made me like immediately want to try to bottom tick that.
These 1-minute charts.
I mean, there was those NQ was a little better. There were
I
some
don't
larger
normally
buyers.
look at 1-minute charts, but when you have this fast of action, I think you have to. I look at. I mean, I normally trade the 5-minute chart, but I don't live close to Wrigley, so I don't run into too many Wrigley girls. That's funny though. No. We schedule around that. Come on.
Yes.
Pull back.
Yes.
One red candle.
Continuing.
My bid is like, I mean, I guess it's like 10 points below the current high, like just a little bit of a pullback. Nah, straight up. Wow, we're just rocket ship. It's got we call this the Falcon X booster market.
Yeah, another. I mean, there's so many days we see nasty V's like this, and every day, every time we do it, it still catches me by surprise.
I'm gonna have to find another market to trade. Place a limited gold actually. Move some of this around.
Order submitted.
Unbelievable. We are going to need a pause before pullback at this point. It is a extremely sharp rally. Anyway, I'll tell you where I think we're going eventually. Like I said, those targets I had this morning, I got upside targets at 26,100 in the Nasdaq and ES 6945. It's just a matter of how we get there.
the positive news. Nick didn't kill Vol today. Yes, this is very true. You're welcome. There's been a very tradable morning. If you happen to catch one of these moves.
Oops. Okay.
I can't seem to stay long. I always am getting out too early. Do y'all have that problem? Yes, for some reason. And this makes no logical sense with the natural buy the dip motion that the market has. I tend to be out of longs faster than I am out of shorts that are winners. And I don't know why. I just trail too quickly. I guess it's because, like, on shorts, we will break to the downside much faster and more violently than we usually will break to the upside. So when I've trailed out of my longs, in theory, it just is because it's a little slower, and I'm probably just keeping risk a little too tight on those trails. Versus when we get a flush on a short, it's usually like gone, and I can trail, and it is likely that I can stay away from the current, I guess, traded price at times. So yeah, I have that same problem.
All right, I got some limits out here. So you can pull back into them. Gonna limit at 25,567 quarter in the NQ. If we go straight down, my computer might go out the window.
I might try the reoffer. Let's see.
And then 74.75. I have a limited 74.75 to ES as well. I'm gonna bring that into view for you guys. And then we're gonna hold these. I will not be cutting this short. This is going for overnight highs if we get filled and get the reaction I want to see. We're gonna do one of two things. We're just gonna continue this rally after this pullback, or we're gonna go into a consolidation, which I do think that low today is in. I do not think that low today is getting taken out. But
disagree with you, to be honest. I hate that low, but it would not shock me to see us just continue to be stuck, seeing as how that low was basically the bottom edge of this balance that we continue to sit in. So wouldn't shock me. Don't throw your computer out the window. Have you seen the RAND prices these days?
yeah, well, you can catch it in pieces. No, I'm not praying. Should I pray? I'm not in a position. Should have prayed earlier. I only pray when I'm in positions. My mom's like, "We're going to church." I'm like, "Mom, it's Sunday. The market's closed." What are you talking about? Yeah, maybe if I leave well, maybe I'll trade Bitcoin.
I think we did have an edge alert on the Bitcoin.
An edge alert. All right.
I didn't
pushing up towards highs. I'm buying this gold breakout. Come on, man. Gold got so close to an entry. I'm just gonna buy
Order filled.
and move my stop here. GC. see. All right, I'm actually gonna have to step away for one moment. I will.
God, what a nasty, nasty V. I mean, this was exactly what we talked about. This is the bottom edge of this 2 weeks balance since Thanksgiving. And Q just comes violently down to the month open and bounces off of it. Classic. Not even the month open, excuse me. Back towards last week's value area low. Anyway. Oh, hey, Business Duck. I didn't even see that you had joined us on this lovely Thursday. Nick, how many trades do you tend to take on an average day? Best days, usually one or two, and then shut it down. But I don't know. It really depends. Like a day like today, I wouldn't even count these little one lot scratches or, little stop outs for 200, $300, like massive trades. Cause I'm just kind of engaging a reaction to see if I can build into something. But both of these have just kind of immediately started to move towards my stop. And I wasn't confident enough to continue to add and then set another stop. And I'm glad I didn't in both situations because I would have been run over to both sides. So for me, I may take another trade or two today. But it really depends. I'm not going to be in front of the desk for the afternoon or power hour. So if I don't find something that I like, pretty much post like Euro close, I'm probably done. But yeah, it depends. Sundays, like I said, I've always been a trader where if I hit my first trade of the day and capture a decent amount of points, like I'm done. I don't like to sit here and potentially give things back. I think I've made my living by being able to walk away and then move on to the next session. Kind of capture those points and keep my downside risk capped at times. So that's always kind of worked for me. Yeah, I miss out on moves, but I also am kind of locking up profits. If they really reoffer this now, I'm going to be rather upset. Jack's back.
I'm back. With my brackets here. Let's check these ATRs out. Do some adjusting.
Yeah, it's going to break. Jerks. Going to do it without me, aren't we?
We're averaging, my ATRs are 95 points here in the NQ. That's on the 5-minute chart. That's what I look at here. How about me? I don't know what the question was, to be completely honest. I took away for a moment.
Oh, they were asking how many trades do I typically take per session?
Oh, I mean, it totally depends on the session. I mean, also I'm trading 4 different markets. So it could be widely variant. I mean, I could take 3 and I could take 15 over the course of a whole day. So it really, I don't have a number for you. On average, 10. I do not hedge with gold with anything. I don't really think that's a thing. But yeah, this is really just the first pullback. So this morning, we had extreme volatility. To me, this latest up move is putting the general direction of the trend. So these pullbacks, I'm looking to buy, anticipating new highs. Well, I don't know if that's going to happen, but that's my theory. That's how I'm trading right now. These pullbacks are just pullbacks for a continuation. We had that move lower. There was no continuation once we hit that support again. Not through the overnight lows. Then we sprung back higher, and this is their first pullback.
Mm-hmm.
This is the first pullback that's really visible on a 5-minute chart. You have red 5-minute bars. We have not had we have not had a continuation entry this morning. And what I mean when I say that is this morning, like on the shorter time frame, of course, it's straight up, straight down, right? When you're straight down, it's just pounded on the 1 minute. Boom, 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 boom. Sell, 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 sell. At the market, at the market, at the market. We made that low. As soon as we started moving higher, there really wasn't a continuation of sellers past that point. Now, we could go to the top of the range and have continuation of sellers, but we moved all the way back to the top of the range. So we're either going to continue up from here, or I think this whole day is just going to go back into a range, which I would hate to see. I would hate to see. That would be probably back to the bottom of the range and then back to the top of the range. It would be what we saw in the morning, but just not as fast. So I'm hoping that doesn't happen. I'm hoping we can get a continuation up from here. I don't know if I don't think it's going to be like straight up from here. We could maybe base a little bit. But
no, they're going to break this.
Gold's moving. Gold's clearly moving higher and trending a lot better than the indexes. The indexes are not trending. They're not trending.
Yep, it's going to break. I was trying that, see if that was going to be the pullback to get long on this, but we're going to continue down a little bit. When's the last time you were at your desk and didn't take any trades? I didn't take any trades. What was it? What day is today? Today's Thursday. I didn't take any trades. I think. Oh no, I did take a trade on Tuesday. Never mind. No, it's been a little bit. But yeah, I have days I don't take trades. Just depends.
Target filled.
Well, out on gold. Gold's my go-to today. I just took a 10-point target there. I didn't even get a chance to adjust it. Honestly, I would have went a little higher. But Jim with the update, Jim threw that message in there, and I peeked back over in gold and just bought what really was a breakout. Not necessarily my style of trading to buy that type of a breakout, but I did think I could just get a quick pump there in GC. Up to 80 is a really clean move.
No, I did take a trade yesterday. I just happened to scratch out of it as XY and I were, or I trailed out of it. XY and I were coming on air right as Powell was about to step up to the mic, and I didn't want to carry that trade because I was short into Powell. So I trailed out for like 60 points with the like 1 mini. So good enough for me. And that was the only trade I took yesterday for the whole session. Yes, I did not want to go short for Power Hour, but we all know how my prediction ended there. You guys saw the artwork. You saw the opportunity that the Brontosaurus asteroid patterns gave you. Is ES still holding the opening range? Yeah, it is. And Q still looks weak. I mean, I'm 0 for 3. I don't know if I want to take another trade right now.
This is yesterday's regular trading hour session low, I believe, in the NQ.
It's pretty cool to watch live trades being done. All the emotions and truth behind the human minds. I'm new here. Well, thanks for hanging out. Make sure you've hit like and subscribe as well. It's good to have you. We do this every day in the morning as well as the afternoon with different traders, different people out there in the space, as well as even some awesome macroeconomics people that will help you get organized and get some ideas for your upcoming trading session and just give overall comments. People a lot smarter than me, but we do have some fun here and take some trades. And we share, everyone shares the wins, the losses, and the emotion behind it. So,
yeah, I haven't cried on stream yet, but maybe one day.
I mean, XY has been very close several times. Cue the soundbite.
Gold. Let's go catch this bid. Come on now.
So sweep.
I like that 25-minute pattern. We're going to be like, I say it all the time, 25-minute cycles, baby. We're on the, after this bar, the high is 1025. So like 1050 bar, which is the next 5-minute candle, which starts in 5 minutes. Like by then, like that's a time cycle. We should, complete whatever this section of the market decides to do, whether we're going to break higher or lower. I'm long looking for new highs today. I'm looking for us to take out the open. I'm looking for 25,675 if we can get up there. The average true range, so something I look at is I multiply the 5-minute average true range by 50%, and that's kind of my gauge for how much room I need to give it. I'm not a scalper. In a sense, like I don't bang out really tight. I look to hold for longer moves and give the market room to breathe, as opposed to trying to catch really sharp, fast moves, which would have been a great strategy this morning. But I don't trade that style. So we'll see if I can get these, ride them into that. Oh, it's almost 11 o'clock.
Yep.
Time flies when you're having fun, when the market's flying.
It does make things a little better if the market is moving.
And for the market moving and not moving, I just don't prefer the market moving straight up, straight down. It's just hard for me to trade. It's not my style. That's how I trade multiple markets, is because I'll just move over to the market that's in styles that I feel comfortable with. I think the ES I have a support at 67.5. That's my only concern, is that we actually trade that before moving higher.
I mean, we keep rejecting off, at least in NQ, the anchored VWAP from that swing high up there at the 630s.
Yeah, we'll see. It's up and then it's down and it's up. It's trading.
Yeah, it's just sloppy.
It's definitely two-sided. There's money to be made in longs and shorts. Money to be made on both sides. Right now, for gold, seems like there's only money to be made on the long side. Luckily, I've been able to capture a little bit of that, making up for this lack of performance here in the indexes.
Yes, Jacob, that is tradition here. Usually if I say something like that, the market decides to do a hold my beer.
My TP for the ES is 92.75. I'm gonna move it. Here we are at that 67.75 I thought would trade. I'm gonna draw my NQ stop to, I know it's wide, but that's what the ATR that I have is. 83 points is the average to range. I got Rick's number.
buyers were so excited to to jump in there at 400. Anyone want to defend here? My goodness. Or are we just, is ES just going to go back to its home at 68.50s?
Probably, possibly the range trade, the brutal range, the brutal violent
silver
range.
is still just absolutely ripping to the upside. Up 4.5% on the day.
Jeez. Gold is actually finally cruising with it.
Mm-hmm.
I might just have to stick it out with GC the rest of the day here. It's the only thing I'm able to.
I'm a big silver guy now. You know, GC is toxic. Don't even talk to her.
Yeah. From the low, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bars up, and this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bars down right now. Is it all we can get? It's 25 minutes each side. Now you buy. It's just a time thing. Am I looking to get back in? I am looking to get back in, but right now with the market on highs, it's kind of hard to pinpoint an area to get back in. We just continue moving higher. Yeah.
Stop fill.
Yep. Yep.
Nick, how many
So,
points?
Yeah, that
do
gold.
you
I have a
usually...
1 minute chart here in GC. Move this back to a 5 minute. But yeah, we're just on highs here. So I need highs to stop being made. Need highs to stop being made. And okay, we are just
oof.
No, these indexes.
My goodness.
No continuation. No continuation. Yeah, so 25-minute cycles. Let me pull up it's something I see happen a lot, but like look at this ES move. We made that low. We rally 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 minutes. Okay. I don't know why this works, but it just does. And then whatever resistance we're at, in this case, the ES, we took out highs. But that was just the end of it. It's like we're going to buy for 25 minutes. We turn it off. And then it's 5, 10, 15, 20. This was the 25th bar. Of course, it's not always going to be perfect. But then, I don't like to look for, if you're long and you get up at highs and we've been rallying for 25 minutes straight, sometimes I'll just be like, oh man, like time to get out. It's been 25 minutes. I don't know why it works. It's just something that I've noticed. Same thing happened here this morning in the Nasdaq. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 minutes. And then, 25 minutes of selling right back to the downside. Then sometimes if we're holding like a support or resistance level, I'll watch the breakdown for that amount of time frame. Like it's not as apparent in the overnight session. I'm trying to go back to like yesterday. So like even yesterday, here's this last massive candle, 245, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and then we just go sideways for 25 minutes, sideways for another 25 minutes, and then we sell off. The trend changes.
I just got long 460s there.
There you go, at the bottom of the 25-minute range. This might be the one. This might be the one.
This might be where the bleeding stops here. Let's see.
I'm rooting for you. I think the indexes in this current environment, until we get some acceptance above what I refer to as the midpoint for the day, or acceptance below the lows of the day, I don't really want to play with this range anymore personally. And that mid in the Nasdaq is 25,700. It's like I'm making money in gold and losing it in the indexes. I'd rather just make it in gold and not lose in the indexes right now. Just not my style, but
yep.
Let's see. I hope it works. I hope it works.
I'd like to take one of these off, get back to the green on the session. We'll see. I mean, I'm long 2 minis and from 460, but kind of watching ES. This 65 spot had some iceberg guy sitting there. Let's see if you guys remember earlier. That's where like someone puked like 2,000 lots. But I like this as a potential kind of spot that I could see us just kind of settling back into the range off of. ES was holding the week VWAP and the 24-hour VWAP there, found some buyers. So this looks good. Let's see if I can get one off at previous day low at 528s.
My boy.
Hey,
Oh,
it's
there
early.
he is. Tell me you're long with me. Or
I
are you
can't.
short from the OR mid or something?
Short from 604.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I'm
That's
on
probably where I should have
I'm on
short.
2 runners, so it's I've made my money. Maybe it's your turn.
You guys really brought him in just to give me a betrayal immediately.
Yeah, I was like, huh, isn't it a little early to be bringing me in? But all right. Hello.
They saw me go long. They're like, all right, bring him in. Betrayal, friendly fire.
I saw chat at some point earlier. They thought I had a long from the lows. No, my chart wasn't even up. I think I was opening my eyes at the time, so missed it. But hey, it was a nice spot. It wasn't too
Nice
bad.
little day to sleep in.
I know I got on. You guys are like, oh, this sucks. Nick's like, I'm gonna hate watch this.
I mean, we had the exact hate watch setup. We didn't take out a piece of MGI. Like that's the trade I will miss at least 9 times out of 10. But here we go. Let's see.
You wanted this short, right?
I wanted the short. I just got a little overzealous at 24-hour VWAP. It probably should have been at the OR mid because that's the retest. Okay, we just got back to the previous day low. So I took one off there, and I'm gonna let this this runner go.
Some guy said level 2 doesn't work. It could be manipulated. Then it's useless.
Well, that's why you need level 3 data, which is my mental stops.
I
You gotta
stopped
get
using level 2
4.
long ago. I use level 4 now. Level 2
they
is
don't
for
want
retail.
You can't talk about level 4. The white van will get you.
Level 2 is so retail.
Jeff, the red dash lines on your screen is something called a parabolic SAR. It's pretty standard on most platforms. PSAR, also known as a PSAR. It's just like a trail stop formulation, not created by me.
Morning, Job.
All right. I moved my stop to profit on this runner, so we're gonna see if they reoffer here at previous day low.
You got a moonshot.
They don't offer here. I'm gonna actually
Still think we're going higher on the day.
God.
NQ?
Well, yeah, I mean, if one goes, they both go, in my opinion. But it
What are you
just
in right now?
we're either going to consolidate or I don't know. I mean, of course, it's market; anything can happen.
Gold is just running away.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Salma.
How are you?
Surprise.
We are good.
It's not just me.
XY,
Good morning.
have you seen the violent things that silver is continuing to do?
Order submitted.
What'd you say, Nick?
Have you seen the violent things that my new toy silver is doing?
I still don't have I've never had a silver chart and I still don't. You're on silver right now?
I mean, I'm not trading silver, but I may be trading silver next week.
So that's why gold's rallying.
You don't even got to trade it; you just got to buy it.
Yeah, I'm literally just going to keep buying dips.
Oh, there's no trading. There's only buying. No
I'm
selling.
only going to buy it. I'm going to delete. Just like I don't have a buy button on the Rusty, I'm only going to have a buy button on silver.
Every morning.
Dude, we
like,
should have
"All right,
been
where?"
trading. We should have been trading the Russell and silver this entire time.
Yep. You just get long and close your eyes.
Yeah.
Hey, Salma's got a fancy light.
Oh yeah, I upgraded my office.
Doing a little bit of reno.
I want to be cool like you guys.
The coolest.
I was having FOMO. How'd you guys do today, Jack and Nick?
I lost in the indexes and made money in gold. I was just spinning my wheels.
This
Nice.
NQ long got me back into profit on the session, so I'm happy. Just gonna hold this runner and whatever happens, happens.
This price action has actually been insane since last night.
Yeah, I traded Asian session last night. I was working Asia session, but yeah, this morning was not my cup of tea.
Yeah, I made the mistake of trading Asia yesterday. I should have stayed away. I was not expecting that kind of movement, I'll be honest.
I don't know where that came from, outside of just being post FOMC. I tried to see if there was like anything that happened, but yeah, the fact that
Oracle
we had a
earnings.
bigger range last night than we did all day today.
Mhm.
I actually thought it was a better market last night than it is right now, for me.
You hear this, Nick?
I
Nick,
mean,
you hear this?
everyone's just taken by surprise. We outlined the exact plan during trade the
You
close
hear this,
yesterday.
Nick?
The exact
Cat knew.
setup was there.
They didn't know.
Did you
They
trade
don't
it?
know. No, absolutely not.
Oh.
Absolutely,
They
of
don't
course
know.
not. You only make market calls. You don't actually trade
Yeah,
it.
that's the whole
But you know
part of
this.
being a streamer. You make calls and you find ways to finagle them, whether they are correct or incorrect. They're always correct.
Well, Nick-
Something in oil just came out. We are getting, I think that was nat gas inventories. Oil just made new lows of the day here.
Oh, should I get back in this short?
Yes.
You're trading
The-
oil XY?
No, I was
Oh.
short NQ. I just covered the rest of my runners on that pop, but they've lost the whole thing.
Oh, what just happened?
Wait, what made you go short on that? That was a good short.
I was short in the
No,
600s.
I'm covering this. All right, I
just
got the other one
I
off
just
at
got long. I
previous
just got
stay
long
low.
Nasdaq. One more shot. That's it. That's it. One more shot. Got long NQ on that
Whatever
55,
that was.
12. I don't know what that was, but everything started moving. And I don't know why.
Yeah, that's what was that?
I don't know, but it made me trail myself out of this. So I'm flat. I'm green on the day. That was a good recovery.
Oh, I'll tell
from-
you. I got
down.
the news.
What's going on?
I mean, I would assume this is it, right? Because this just happened. Zelensky says control over Ukraine's Donbass may be put to vote. I don't know what that means, but Financial Juice has it labeled with like the red dot.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that's what moved us.
It's just
I
a
don't see
headline.
anything
It's
else.
a useless headline. I mean, it's move market, but I'm gonna aim for new highs today on this NQ though. I'm gonna aim for 25,680.
Yeah, I'm trying to see which way they go.
But we need to move from here. That's the midpoint. I think we'll eventually trade mid of the prior day, but that high that we had at 1025 is a 50% attrition from yesterday's high. That's like to the tick. So that definitely needs to clear. There's clearly some sellers stepping in there.
I don't like the divergence between ES and NQ.
It's
Be
been like
honest with
that
you.
all week. It's
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
it's like one's been making highs. And it hasn't meant a whole bunch, but it's been like that all week.
It's actually annoying to trade. It just makes it that much more difficult.
Yeah, it takes one of your edges away if you're using SMT of some kind. And I mean, yeah, that new high in the ES and no new high in the NQ is, I guess, a sell sign.
Yeah.
I think this thing rips up higher, but I'm gonna wait and see.
I'm trying to log into my YouTube so I can like the stream.
Yeah.
Oh, put in extra work.
Since Jack and I are about to get out of here, please do us the favor of giving us all the credit for any additional likes that come in these next 30 seconds so that XY doesn't try to finagle his way of taking all of the joy from me.
If you don't hit the likes, you hate
Is that
puppies.
tallied up? Do we tally the creator likes? I didn't know that was the thing.
Yeah, that's how we get more airtime apparently. He's like, Jim keeps track.
You got to
Of
meet
Just try to take
quotas.
credit, even if
Yep.
it means nothing. You got to take credit.
Like credit. Oh, I'm gonna go get my bot boys. I'm kidding.
But I'm gonna get out of here. So thank you everybody. Thanks chat. XY, Salma.
See you guys.
Ciao.
Enjoy
Bye,
Thanks for having
Jack.
us.
the rest of your trading session, guys.
Ciao.
All right, so I started filling some longs as they moved away from that little range. Entry's not as good as I would like to put much of my size on, so I'm about halfway in, trying to see what they can get with it.
You're in at what, 47?
My average is 47, yeah. I just kept pulling
Nice.
the average up as price went. They didn't really come back much.
I gotta learn how to do that, like average up. It's a skill.
The tricky part is you've got to let them form some sort of baseline for you first. For me, I like to just get out of my risk if things don't really work according to plan. So I'm more comfortable with doing that
Hmm.
because I can just scratch out and stuff. But yeah, you want to be able to let the market form some sort of pullback or consolidation first so that you know like where you're willing to risk it. Otherwise, a lot of people they'll just try to add because the move is moving, but there's no reasonable place to put the risk, and then you're just dead.
Yeah, you add after you like trim, right?
Yeah, so it's got to be working now. It's got to be doing what I expect. Otherwise, like right now, I'm cutting this, and if it
Yeah.
holds again, I'll go, and this is gonna be my floor. Otherwise, if it pokes down to like the 20s and it holds, I can get a better position at the 20s. So I scratched out for a few points there.
NQ right here is at previous day low and the previous week's mid. So it can hold the 530s.
Yeah. It can if that was an actual high or low.
It's just so weak because Oracle earnings just kind of ruined all the momentum, kind of, really.
Yeah, I played my short was based off of this volume in the profiles. I'll
Yeah.
get to that in a bit, chat. Let me see if I can get a position here.
Are you watching the tape today or no?
Oh, always watching the tape.
All right, cool. All right, so I'll never ask you that. Just assume that you are.
All of my trading requires the tape, yeah. Even if it's like not a completely necessary, everyone needs something that gives them the confidence to just smack the trade when they're supposed to.
Right.
And the tape helps me do that.
Hey man, that's part of your edge.
Yeah, I would like to think so. XY is the tape.
He is MM. He is market maker.
I am they. So they are still holding this range in the 20s. But man, that the bid ran into a wall up there, so
Yeah, I'll be honest, chat. I don't have a great read here. Really don't. This whole back and forth this morning kind of killed any kind of read that I had. Just wait. Good thing about ES though, it is holding its 30-second OR high. Smart Trade Paolo asks, am I more of a trend trader or reversion to the mean? Honestly, it depends on the day, and it just depends on what I'm seeing. Trend day, sometimes I do great on when, I actually listen to the 9 EMA and I stick with it. There are other times I'm like, how are we just grinding up higher or, dumping more? Just all depends. And then I've been really getting into um, ICT traders call it the CRT, or the strat traders call it like the failed two ups or downs. I've been getting into that a lot. Those basically they time tops and bottoms. Although I shouldn't be doing that. No, I don't want to say time the top or bottom, but it does like give you an entry on, a reversal. How do you
That's a
use a
good one.
30-minute chart? Never did that. For me, higher time frames just give me a clearer picture of what's going on. I like to use them a lot. It's just a little bit unfortunate that, our time on stream is, sometimes an hour to 2 hours, and it takes a little bit longer for trades to pan out or for the setup to come. But yeah, I typically do hang out on the 30-minute.
Do I filter tape? I do. ES 5, and Q is 2. Am I bald? Depends who you ask. Yeah. I think on camera it makes it look like I really am bald. Yeah. Maybe it's the
You
lighting.
just got a buzz cut.
Yeah, I literally I would say 5 days, I just one. Um, go to my cousin for haircuts. He'll do like the lineup, the fades, the tapers, and all that stuff. And then for a few weeks after, I'll just like buzz a one. My thing is if I'm shampooing my head and I can like literally grab the hair, it's too long. That's about 5 days, 6 days.
Damn, you don't even give yourself till the weekend. You just
Nah,
midweek.
nah. I think it grows out too fast. It's probably like that if you have like a bald hairstyle. You just notice it a lot more.
Are you always rocking the hat?
On stream, yes. In person, not so much, no.
I wonder why that is.
Sometimes people say stuff and I have to hide my reaction, you know? Sometimes I'll read some
Just gotta hide the smirk or hide the look on the
anything.
face.
I do have a lot of hats though. I do wear hats a lot, but not I would say it's like 65, 35, 65, no hat.
Him and Nick guys, they go hat for hat. They just flex their hats.
If I have an ES, no. I'm talking about time and sales. So I thought someone was asking about the tape, as in the time and sales.
We're just holding here. Market kind of just slowed down.
Hmm.
Stream side partner said they call each other before the stream so they can matchy match.
Yeah, yesterday,
Oh
Nick
God.
and I had some matchy match going on.
Oh, you guys were on stream together? I missed
Yeah,
it.
we did a FOMC close.
Oh, how was that?
How was it? Absolutely nothing because they didn't do anything. They like just locked themselves in a 15-point range at the
Dude,
highs,
I
and then
I
we
just took
discovered the
off.
ultimate Brontosaurus offer pattern, and then look what happened. Chad, if you haven't
I
seen it, it's on my Twitter.
oh, I gotta check that out.
Very, very rare setup. Very rare. I drew it out for you guys and everything. It happens every once in like I think 12 million years.
Bro, I just gave you a like. Here I am thinking he posted something good.
What? You don't think it's good?
I
It
mean,
worked.
you could have drew it a little better.
No, I couldn't have. That's the thing.
This is
I am the
perfect.
worst artist there ever was.
I took off yesterday for FOMC. It's one of the worst days for me.
I think a lot of people can relate.
Yeah. And you know what? Like, I didn't miss much, so it was good. I was done beforehand. I got to just chill.
Jeff, he says, I think he means size filter. Size, what? Yeah, so I'm thinking I was assuming like time and sales size filter, right? Whoever asked, I don't remember who you are, but uh if you can let me know what you're talking about in terms of filter.
Yeah, Rich Jeff, there's just no point in putting yourself, like exposing yourself to risk on such a volatile day, right? Especially when you know that you don't perform best during that time. So, yeah, it's good not to screw around for FOMC. The chat wants a tape lesson.
Chat wants to say, listen, I was just reading chat right now and I missed my entry for this long. So I'm trying to scale in some size if they hold back in this range or just flatten this thing. TBD.
I was just gonna say, ES looks like a falling wedge. It looks like it could do something like this, and then push higher. But NQ looks like crap.
Mm-hmm. NQ's found a bid. I'm going to see if they've got enough here.
You know,
They can hold this offer. We can definitely get a good rally. So I'm willing to risk it. The risk reward is really good here. I'm just trying to be careful with my average.
you also have 485 being the monthly open on NQ, so
Nope.
might see a little bit of support there.
All right. Well, I don't think I'm gonna trade anymore. I'm back at it even. I was almost at let's see. I was almost at 15K. Now I'm back
Whoa, on the
to
day?
yeah, now I'm back to just over 10. So I'm gonna call it there.
Dude,
I
that's
gave him way
amazing.
too much. Trying to heavy hand some longs. But that will be it for me, chat. Now I can just read chat.
Production needs to
Tape
give
lesson.
XY a clap. There you go. That was quick.
Yeah, the short was super nice. I heavy handed that thing pretty hard. Let me go over the short first so I don't forget. So why short? We've been stuck in this range for a long time, but every time we poke lower, it's a taper. So what I'm noticing is we finally broke that range and we did get some decent volume build. So this is not for nothing because this whole time we're not getting much, right? And then we go up, we hold the downside more taper, but this time there seems to be interest. So I'm reading this as a first time back after finding interest, right? Back into old range where it should be a taper. But this time they built volume. So going downside, building, coming upside, and building again. To me, it's kind of like there's like a lockout going on. There's two-way tape, which means unlike before, there's actually a seller, or we'll say sellers. There's actually sell interest here. And if that's going to be the case, if they've built interest downside, came back up to old range, and now there's two-way tape, which indicates sell interest, and then we're just chopping around, we're holding it, which is right here. This is the box now. This is where I got the offer. If we're going to start stalling and giving that up, so you can even see the tape reader right here. You can see it starts to flip on the downside. So I started scaling in the shorts, off of this continuation, right? So ultimately we got it, and that's really the key reason for the short was this build here on the way back. No one was willing to offer this zone prior, but now seemingly somebody is, and it's coming off of a pretty good continuation with good build. So that was my idea for the short, and that's how we got the short. So I saw some of that in the chat earlier, but I couldn't really answer. So that's that short. As far as like tape, it's really simple. I'm using it to see who's really being aggressive, who's dumping some delta or some size into what area and what comes of it. So if I'm seeing a potential higher low here and I'm seeing price move and I'm seeing like a lot of buy aggression, I'm likely going to try to get in line with the buy aggression. So down here before they just poke lower, a lot of absorption. They actually are really trying to offer this spot. To me, if they're not going to be able to offer this spot, we are going to likely trade all the way through this profile. And the risk reward is just there. So, I mean, sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. best you can do is make educated guesses based on the information you have. So the important part is to be very consistent with how you operate based on, this or that information. You can't be results oriented, on a trade by trade basis. So although I've given back like, we'll say 5K, I was heavy-handed today in all my trades because, well, after that short, I mean, I'm sitting on really good P&L, and now I can just size up on any opportunities I think that I have. If any one of them worked, I mean, I scratched out of two. The last one was an actual stop out. If anyone were to work, I mean, the R on it would be really nice. And some days it plays out, some days it doesn't. But I mean, it was no different than what I did at the highs. I'm heavy-handed. I know where I want to take the risk off, and if it works, I get a good runway. If it doesn't, I cap the losses. But it's all based on the tape. So there is no like, you have to be comfortable knowing that you just don't know. You see what you see. You see the information that you tend to do this or that with, and the market makes a choice. The only choice you have is how much you're willing to let the market rip away from your hands if it doesn't agree with you, right? But you don't know if the market's going to agree, and you can't make the market agree. And you got to live with that. But to me, that's the tape. It could be just that, like, who's really putting in the effort, right? And what are they getting for it? And if I'm not seeing that more often than not, I'm not really going to be executing. So, there have been plenty of examples on stream where they'll say the market is ripping up, and every time they pull it back, it's like, there's not much going on the sell side. They're not interested in selling. But on the way up, they're just like running through price. There's no one really stepping in front of price. So a lot of people might be like, okay, well, there's no seller in the market. It's just running. Let's just run with it. For me, it's more of like, well, there's no hand being shown. We're just seeing buy side trying. They're just running through price until they can find a seller that can match the demand. Pullbacks, very low volume sell side. You keep going. But I'm seeing it as in there is no seller present yet. I don't know where they intend to sell. I don't know where the buy side is going to soften up as soon as they run into a seller, right? And those are the big rallies, like when it's just running, running, running. Everyone's probably FOMOing. I should have got this, or maybe I could still get in. There's no seller. But for me, to get long, then I want to see a seller actually enter the market, throw some delta out there, see what comes of it. So if a seller steps in and I see actual intentional selling, right? Initiative selling, then my only gauge is, all right, the selling is finally here. Are they going to get what they want, right? Is there enough sell side to push price? Usually the answer is no. They're going to sell, and as soon as that selling starts to get off the tape, to slow down, and then price starts trading above them again, I'm going to get long. But I wait for that, because if I don't wait for that, a lot of times I'm long, and then all of a sudden the sell side comes in, I'm stopped out. It just like falls downwards until, the buy side starts to come back in. So I try to eliminate, the prior scenario and get in when someone actually shows the hand.
So
Long-winded.
XY, how long would you say if someone wanted to learn how to read the tape and they were intentional with, their journey, how long would you say it would take them to actually get decent? I don't want to say good, but like get the hang of it and actually start to use it.
I would say if they're being intentional, which means they are replaying hours and hours a day, replaying the DOM, replaying, footprint, anything order flow based. I would say with good guidance, like really good guidance, maybe like 6 months. But you've got
Wow.
to have the right guidance.
Yeah.
So that's not something everyone, is blessed with, right? Because order flow traders, it's kind of rare enough as it is. And then there are two like different types, right? There are the ones that are actually utilizing the DOM and the footprint and stuff. And then there are some that just, utilize other things like bookmap or this or that. So I think the big part for me was finally understanding what order flow is just like not useful information and what could be executed with because it's everywhere. Order flow is everywhere. It's always like numbers in your face and like all this stuff. There's a lot of ways to get lost in the sauce.
Yeah, and like when you say guidance, what do you mean by that? Like someone who,
Guidance, like someone
yeah.
can be like, okay, well, you're trying to do this way. Trust me, it's not gonna work. You should cut that out and just focus on this instead. Or hey, when they tend to do this, it might look like this, but trust me, it really isn't. So to me, that's like a lot of what can cut down just useless information, cut down the time spent on things that just are not going to work or are not effective.
So
Uh,
basically like a mentor or someone you can talk to that
Essentially, it could be a
knows.
mentor, it could be a friend that's a mentor. Yeah. I have
Okay.
friends that I've helped since, day one of their trading, friends that I've been friends with for like 15, 20 years. And some of them tried with order flow first, and it was very difficult. Some of them went price action first, supply and demand first, and then tied order flow in, and it's gone a lot more smoothly. Um, One is slowly eliminating order flow, like here and there. Um, and he's gotten better for it because it's just proved to be too much noise. Um, so it's different for everybody, Just because
Yeah.
you see someone doing something a certain way doesn't mean it's the way for you. As much as someone might try to sell you on it and say, just buy my course, buy this, and this is what you need, trust me. It's really nuanced.
I actually firmly believe that. A lot of trading has to do with like what kind of person you are. Um, like your characteristics, the values and morals that you hold, the way you approach things, that all translates and carries over into trading.
Mm.
So like something that might work for XY might not work for me because we're, two totally different people. And a lot of new traders, when they see somebody, like for example, if I was new and I just saw you reel in 10 grand, I would think, oh my God, I need to follow everything XY is doing so I can achieve those things. Not realizing that there are tons of different approaches to the market, tons of
And
different
it's
strategies
sizing.
that work. Yeah, yeah,
It's sizing. Like I could be doing nothing different than anybody else. It's just the size is different. Like that's the only thing, right? So a lot of people
right.
will make those big P&L posts. Obviously, they might be trying to build a following for anything, for a coaching service, for affiliates or whatever. But you do have to understand that it's largely based on sizing. There's only so much we can do that's different in these markets, and I firmly believe that.
Yeah.
Um, it's it's never reasonable to assume that someone's doing way bigger numbers than you on like similar sizing. That's just not going to be the fact of the matter. The market just moves how it moves, and everyone's looking at the same one. They're capitalizing this on the same move, if they're on the right side, obviously. But yeah, it's a sizing thing. So don't get lost in like, for chat, don't get lost in the P&L stuff. I could be trading micros and my P&L would look way different, but it would be the same trading, it would be the same everything. Um, I don't have any coaching services, NQNDX. NQNDX QQQ. You love the Nasdaq. Some tells me. But yes, no,
Damn, what gave it away? Oh my
I don't
God.
have any coaching. I mean, the closest thing you can get to coaching service for me is just to tune into the streams.
Guys, you can learn a lot just from listening to how someone talks about their trading and how they trade. So don't take this for granted.
What's a yellow box? Yellow box. Something look yellow on stream. I don't have a yellow box.
I don't see it. I did attempt a long while you were talking about your short. It was looking good
Yeah, I'm
for
sorry to hear
quite a while
that.
there, and then now it's just knifing through. I'm gonna see if VWAP holds this yellow line here. Holds. Just coincides with a lot of different levels I have, but just today is something different, something else today.
Oh, NQNDX. I do have a playbook out. Caveat for anyone that hasn't seen it, it's not a beginner order flow thingy. It's more of like, it's just what I do. It's just a playbook. It's just me melting my brain down and reconstructing it for you guys in the web page or whatever you call it. Um,
Guys, XY
yes.
will do a beginner. He'll do
If
one if
you get us,
we
I don't know,
yeah,
maybe
600 likes on stream.
8,000 likes, I'll do one.
Guys,
Um,
it's the season of giving. We can pressure XY into doing this.
yeah, paintingthetape.net. Or just go on my Twitter. I literally have it linked in the bio. Just go on my Twitter and my playbook is there for anyone that cares. But it's not a intro to order flow thing. It's like pure auction market theory. Um, how I utilize price action with order flow. So you'll find that I am a hybrid trader in that playbook. I am not like a pure order flow purist, right? I used other things. I use price action too, and I just tie everything into auction market theory. That's just my thing. Christmas order flow for beginners.
I say yes. I
Oh
can
yeah, also
benefit
my
from it.
Santa's
YouTube
coming
has a
this
bunch of
year.
stuff, so go on there. But yeah, just go on my Twitter. You'll find the playbook. I don't think I have my YouTube linked on there anymore, but I'll make some changes.
Santa's coming this
Um,
year.
Yeah is asking me, is it cheaper to buy per commission fees 10 micros versus 1 mini? No, it's actually more, I believe it's more expensive, but I'm on props, so like the commission fees at the end of the day, it's fine, you know. It's not something I'm worrying about right now. But if I were to be trading my own money, then yeah, different story.
Yeah, don't if for anyone looking at the socials, XYZ trades, don't find your way into a fake account, all right? I know they're out there.
I have like 3 XYs following me.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Sometimes like people let me know like, oh, on Discord there's a fake guy going on. I'm like, wow, I've really made it. I've got imposters.
I don't get what they get out of like impersonating people.
I've
I
I've
don't
heard that
understand.
they've actually scammed people out of thousands of dollars. They kind of I think it's like they convince you obviously that they're the real person, and then it's something like, oh, do you want to learn how to trade and follow my trades or something? And then it's like, all right,
Yeah.
give me X amount of crypto, Bitcoin, whatever. And I know this because I was scamming. Yeah. So one guy was like, hey, a fake XY hit me. I was like, no, that was me. So do you want to send the coins or? No, I'm just kidding, guys.
I don't understand though. Like I feel like it's so easy to not fall for those scams.
That's what you would think, but I don't know. I mean,
Natural selection if you get scammed.
do I use Heikenashis for confirmation? I'm executing off of the level two off the tape, so I don't use them for confirmation, but they could help, I guess. Like if I see it after the fact, I'll maybe scale in some more. So I have a lot of things that I look at to add on to a trade. It could be, um, I'm already in based on order flow, and then I see, I don't know, a really strong Heiken-Ashi candle that has a color change, or even like a candle close somewhere. Um, it could be like a really good 5 minute candle close or something, or a 2 bar sequence that I feel, gives me some sort of additional information. Then I'll add on that. It's honestly, it's all in the playbook. It's so many things. It's hard to really get it all out there. Do I still trade prop? I haven't for a long time. No.
Why you could be rinsing them.
Dude, I don't even have time. I only trade on stream, and it's been that way for
Wow.
months. I actually don't trade off stream anymore because I don't have any time. I'm not doing so many things now. Um, Also, I don't trade long. So if I didn't have a stream, I would have just turned it off after the short, honestly. So sometimes being on stream helps me make more money. Sometimes being on stream makes me give back money. But you never know,
Makes you give
right?
advice.
Yeah,
Chat
you
is
never
super
know.
interested in order flow today.
Well, it's easy to be
Wow.
interested in order flow when you see an order flow trader have a really nice day, right? And
Yeah.
catch a really good trade. And then, on any other day, you might be like, yeah, I don't know about that. I think I like my stuff better. So some days work better than others. It really is what it is. There's no I am very like it is absolutely a skill-based endeavor, but largely mentally, I think, and I operate in a way of, look, the market is going to give you what it gives you. Sometimes it's punching you in the face, sometimes it's being nice. You control one thing only, and it's your downside. But you also need to, I think fear is the biggest eroder of edge. If you're operating with fear, you need to do whatever you can to change that, whether it's sizing smaller, sizing insignificantly small, this, that. You have to find a way to eliminate that because opportunity cost is real. And it's not to say, oh, you FOMO trade. No. You need to be able to confidently hit the trade if your parameters are met and just let the risk take care of itself. Do I use ChatGPT to help write my playbook? No. I don't know what the prompt would even look like because don't you need to kind of tailor the logic, tailor the verbiage, all that stuff?
You know what you can do? You can feed ChatGPT your current playbook and tell it to make you a completely new one for beginners only. Dumb it down. You could the prompt could literally be like, dumb this.
Actually, you might be onto something.
It's not the worst idea. I think,
Honestly, someone in the chat might be doing this right now after hearing it.
guys, somebody take one for the team.
It's like, explain this like I'm five.
Explain this like I'm five, you know, rewrite it or whatever. And then you could put that out as new content.
What else do I do when not trading? A lot of things right now. I have taken on some additional responsibilities. It's trading related stuff. I'll have you know that. Yeah.
The 5 minute
After
on
you,
ES looks really good here.
I know ES looks like way stronger, but they've been
Yeah.
doing this dance. There was a day, what was it, like maybe Monday, where ES was just constantly trading the lows while ES is constantly trading the highs.
No, this looks really good. This looks like it wants to break out. It's just we need obviously NQ to kind of behave.
Tex trades NQ. Tex trades NQ says, I'm a Nigerian prince, I promise. Tex trades.
Oh, we got Jim in the chat. Jim, don't forget to like up the stream. Thumb it up.
Oh yeah, you guys better thumb it up or Jim's gonna yell at me.
If
After
you
you
don't use
hit the
order
likes, you
flow,
hate puppies. Hey, it's true. I'll stand by that. I think that was when Chris brought his puppy up. It's funny because it's like I think it's a wow, what kind of dog was it, chat? What do they call that?
I
Um,
wish I knew what you were talking about.
it's dude, I know this because I know someone with one and another person, as an acquaintance. Uh fuck. Bernedoodle. Barkadoodle. It was a Bernedoodle named Ollie. And I was like, dude, one of my really good friends has a Bernedoodle named Ollie, and another person has a Bernedoodle named Ollie. They're just all Ollie. So I'm like, are you guys all just Googling like best Bernedoodle names? And Ollie's at the top. They're like, yeah, that's the one. A
Ollie's actually a
Schmoople
really good, that's a really good dog name.
Ollie, right? Yeah. So when my friend
Mm-hmm.
was like, dude, I'm gonna name him Ollie, I'm like, dude, it looks like an Ollie. And then I find out there's another one named Ollie, and then Chris brings his. He's like, it's named Ollie. I was like, yeah, I'm starting to see the picture.
There's a pattern.
Well, I would like Savannah to send me a picture of a schmoople doodle. Everyone's just making up words now. There's barkadoodle.
Am I getting referenced by my state?
Max used to be a
Funny.
number one. Yeah, Max.
Max, Harry. Max is probably the most common dog name.
You sure the first test of VWAP after the drop? I mean, there's been you talking about this one for chat about 10:15 a.m. Eastern? If you if you're talking about this one, who asked me that? Caleb. Yeah, Caleb. Yeah, this one, it looks like I definitely would have tried. It's hard to say because a tape reader is saying that it looks like really, really bullish tape at the time. And if that's the case, I wouldn't see on the DOM that any buying is losing steam. But this candle here looks like it pokes considerably lower. I'm assuming at the time there would have been like some volume right here stuck. So I would say there's a 9 out of 10 chance I would have taken this trade and either was been able to flatten it for scratch or just take a stop out. But yeah, this is a trade I'd take. So me getting to desk later definitely played out in my favor. And that's why I don't really get upset about small things like that because sometimes it sucks for you, but sometimes you get lucky, you know? It is what it is. You resign as much control to the market as you can, and you'll be better for it, right? If you come in with an ego and like I see this and they should be doing this, like you're just gonna cook yourself. But yes, I would likely have taken that trade and lost the trade for sure.
ES trying to break out here.
Also considering it would be right here in line with a first attempt back into this volume. Yeah, I have confluences on that trade, so I would have taken it, gotten stopped out. Absolutely. That's why you're right, man. Buyers just keep buying, no sellers. Yeah, so I wanted to get in line with the market, right? Because I'm seeing, look, the buy side is very much still present. The sell side isn't that strong. It's just the buy side keeps pulling. And so when I get in with them, they pull it, and hey, this is just what happens. Ultimately, yeah, I can sit here and be like, I was right. But the market didn't agree with the timing, and that's just what it is. Nothing else matters, honestly.
Here we go. Come on, give us new high day.
Tick aggregation on Delta profile. You still in that long? Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, my Delta profile is at 20 ticks today. But it's only a visual thing, guys. I don't have like this proprietary setting that's really good. I literally scrunch in my chart to see the entire day's range. That's just how I trade. And I just change the tick compression to whatever lets me see like this much. So if it was a wider range, I would up the compression because I'd have to scrunch it in more. And if it's a smaller range, I lower the compression because the price scale is bigger. So don't read into that.
I think if we can break above the weekly open, then I have this 4-hour level here marked at 90 on ES. Let's see the 4-hour. If we can sweep that, I'll be out. I'll take my profit there. Just want to see how we react. But guys, that falling wedge that I drew before basically played out. If anybody remembers the path.
Lin
Oh,
Lin Chao Lee. I'm assuming that's your handle. I appreciate that. It's not as easy as it looks for anyone that's watching, yeah, for the first time. Of course not.
guys, why is the path so hard to draw? Did you just see me do that?
What are you trying to draw?
I was just trying to show like what a falling wedge is, how it's supposed to pan out. And it wouldn't stop. It just kept drawing more.
Because you're doing it wrong. You just keep
Yeah.
drawing and eventually you probably have a dinosaur. And that's the setup.
That's the setup that we're looking for, chat.
It's the developing T-Rex. Very
Yeah,
rare.
this was
Yeah, Lin Charlie, I appreciate that. Don't get me wrong. A lot of it is because I'm just in a comfortable position. I'm blessed to be where I am. And it's a huge benefit. So it's not like I'm super, zen just because.
he's being humble.
I'm being realistic. I'm being realistic. Pragmatic. Bronto shooting star? Hey, stop talking about that right now. They don't want you to talk about that. We just debuted the Bronto. We got to slow roll everything else. Ancient setup. Yeah, from when they were drawing hieroglyphics. They were doing a TA in the mountains, like in the caves. Man, Purple Cat keeps calling me Unk, but in Vietnamese. You're long
Wait, how
one
do you say
mini
that?
uncle. So this is a joke, right? So in Vietnamese, uncle is chú. That's the word. And like it's a joke because at some point on social media, well, dog's barking. I don't know at what. But yeah, there's a joke because there are these uncles who are like they've got no families, they're not married. So they go out and party and they're like 40, 50. And commonly people just realize their names are HAI, which is like hi. So they would just instead of saying Joe, like just uncle, they'll call them all now like Jew highs. So this guy, this is what he's calling me all the time. Like I'm I'm one of those guys that goes, I'm 40, 50 years old. All I do is party, pick up women.
I'm just gonna start getting on stream and be like, Drew,
Yeah, then I'll just not respond.
production's gonna change your name.
Yeah, chat's been giving me that treatment. It's kind of like there's another joke for at least in my area, in my SoCal area. It's like Vietnamese dude. So there's like a stereotypical Vietnamese guy who's likely a we'll say street pharmacist, right? And they've got this look. It's always a black tee, very fitted, probably black jeans, tatted sleeves, sleeved up, probably wears a fitted, chains, gold chains, and they're Kevin Newans. They just happen to be Kevin Newans. And so that's another stereotype. So he's playing on those things for anyone in chat that doesn't understand. That's what he's doing here. Sounds a lot like XYZ. No, no tats. People always ask me why I don't have tattoos, and I would say, would you put stickers on your Ferrari?
Okay, Kim Kardashian. Isn't that what she said?
I have no idea.
I think that's from
It could have
her.
been said like 5,000 years ago. So now, I mean, I'm tired of saying it. So it's kind of like, why use more word when few word do trick? And I just say, no bumper sticker on Ferrari. So this is a nice long, huh, chat? And I hate them for it.
Sellers starting to show up here.
Yeah, I was looking for higher low. They're like, no, this is the higher low. Go lower. Like, no, this is the higher low. Finally, they're like, yeah, I think this will be the higher low.
Yeah, I trailed up my stop. So Jim doesn't say anything to me later on.
Am I in Westminster Garden Grove? No, I mean I'm right next to I'm in the LA area, so yeah, not uncertain. I can tell you understand the references because you know where they're consolidated. A lot of these people they're in that Westminster Garden Grove, Santa Ana area. So clearly you are familiar. It's always funny to just poke these things around in chat and see who's familiar with certain things. 483. Okay, well, the guy who keeps calling me Unk, he's making a lot of money right now. Chat, I want you guys to know that I gave up like 5 grand for you guys to try to trade on stream, and You need to hit the likes. Yeah, I need to get some get back rebate on that.
Oh yeah, Jim was trolling me earlier. He said the stream has less than 500 likes. That's kind of light. Maybe I'm watching the wrong stream. You
Guys,
guys gonna let him talk to us like that?
come on. Pretty much, I spent 5K for some likes. Like it up for Unk.
What's the word again? Jew?
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 CHU. Yeah.
Like it up for Jew?
Chat, how young are you guys? I don't think I'm Unk. But chat thinks I'm anywhere from 24 to like 72. Long-term short, buy, taper, short, bull, bad, fake.
They're gonna stop me out here.
Yo, takeaway. What is that? What are you saying to me, man? XY, long-term short, buy, tape, reader, short, bull, bad, fake. Hey, someone get this guy help. I think he might be having a stroke. Okay, yeah, 27, 27, pushing 40, 38, 165. Hey, look, anime secret lovers got some got some info because if I knew the Bronto setup, which was like it's about I think 64,000 years old of a setup. I'm probably pretty old. Act 12, look 93. I hate these guys. 19 as in 19 BC. Jeff is long CC 80.
You know what? Kev makes a good point. I don't know if this is stereotypical XY, but I feel like it's very hard to tell Asian people's like age.
It is.
You guys don't age.
It is. Yeah. It is a thing. Yes.
There's a reason why there's so much hype around like Korean skincare and
Oh, dude, yeah, the Korean
yeah.
Korean skincare, like the ones. I mean, basically, I think I'm gonna assume most Koreans do that. Dude, it's their skin is like crazy.
Yeah.
And they have stuff that like it just keeps you hella young. So one of my friends, his grandma, I forget how old she is, but she's really old. But she looks like she's 60, maybe even in the 50s, because she buys this like really expensive skincare exclusively. For anyone in chat that might know, or you might want to buy it for whoever, it's called SK2. That's the brand. And so every time I'm in Asia, Korea, Japan, whatever, the wife wants to load up on the SK2. And so SK2,
Wait, I think I have their like eye cream,
there's
if
a
I'm
bunch
not
of stuff. They
mistaken.
have a bunch of
Yeah.
stuff. But SK2, guys, if you make enough money in trading,
All right, we swept the weekly open and dropped. I'm all out of my position. They took me out there in profit.
should you
We'll
skip
wait to
Osaka? No,
see.
I say like do 2 days there. 2 days in Osaka. Any more than that's not really necessary. I want to go to the aquarium there. I haven't checked it out, but apparently it's one of the biggest in the world or something. So check that out and let me know. Coleon Noir merged where the two are wearable booming bliss. Yeah, I've seen Coleon Noir stuff. I mean, I subbed to him on YouTube, so of course I know
Um,
Noir.
Real quick, chat. This is what I was mentioning before earlier today, when someone asked me if I was like a trend trader, or reversal trader. This is what I would look for. This is the kind of setup that I would look for a potential reversal. I just don't like the fact that it's on the 5 minute, but assuming it would show up on the 15, 30 hour, whatever. You want to see something with a long wick. Obviously, we're at a key level here as well. We're at the weekly open, long wick, and you would wait to see if sellers or buyers, depending on, the setup, um, and then you would take it. And you want to see this at the top of a trend or at the bottom of a trend to go and take the reversal of that. So this is what like strat traders would call a fail to up. Originally, the candle was pushing higher, and then sellers came in, slapped it back down right below that key level, and then candle closed like this. And now we are dumping. Hello.
Selma, I love the way you managed that trade. That was
Did you
great.
trail out or did you take it out at the highs?
Yeah, I was manually trailing my stop higher.
Nice.
Chat was kind of freaking out, like, "Oh, Salma, where's your stop? Where's your stop?" And it's like, chill, I got this.
Stop? You should be stopped for what?
Originally, when I entered and I was in drawdown, I was waiting to see if we would have a 5-minute close below the opening range low. That's why I didn't have I was manually gonna stop out. I didn't have an actual stop because, as you see, all week we've been having a lot of fake outs. Like this candle here would have faked you out.
Fake
But
outs and divergences.
yeah. Yep.
Hate
Yeah,
it.
you managed that perfectly. I was it was great to see. Good
I
job.
just realized they changed my name on the stream.
Did they? To what?
They're calling
I
me
gotta see
Unk.
this. Unk Z.
Pre 4682. I don't teach, but just go on my Twitter and there's a link to a playbook that I have for free. But no, I don't have any mentorships or stuff, classes, whatever.
Unk Z. Hello,
All right.
Jim, by the way.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. I'm
Oh,
here.
Jim, you're here.
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah. Great job as usual, folks. Appreciate you to Salma and Unc Z. You got it's got to be Unks XYZ. Sorry, you got to get the
I'm
XY in there.
I mean, some people in chat know who I am. I've said it before, but I'm gonna let the rest just figure out whether I'm 24 or I'm in my 70s.
There you have it.
XY, do you even have a real name?
It's possible.
That's it.
Awesome.
Possible.
That is
That's
this it?
proprietary. Yeah, that's
That's
proprietary.
certificate.
No,
Oh,
but
you
is
guys-
XY actually your name?
That's no.
I
Fortunately
legit
not.
don't even know his name, guys.
No, it's proprietary. It's proprietary.
I
You
have
have
it on
to
my
be in
phone.
my super
You know-
secret paid Discord to know my name.
I have it in my phone. I need to get Selma's number in my phone too, so I can send her text
Oh, Jim.
messages. Yeah.
We've got
Yes.
Thursday night football cooking. So
Okay.
let's see what kind of ties. Let's judge their ties tonight.
Okay. Yeah. No, it's a problem. It's a
It
problem
is a
with the
problem.
NFL. Yeah.
It is a problem.
Yeah. That's all right.
Hey,
Well,
NFL, Fox Network, if you are seeing this, I can help. Reach out
well,
to
they're
me.
not out there with their robes though.
I mean, I can make a lot of things happen, Jim. I can make a lot of things happen. You know what I mean?
I know. You got some clout. In any event, great morning stream today, everybody. Thank you everybody for coming to NinjaTrader Live. We appreciate that. We really appreciate the subscriptions. So if you see that subscription button floating around in front of the stream, we'd love for you to subscribe to the channel. Greatly appreciate that. Helps us out. And high tides lift all boats. We got great streamers here. Let's get a thumbs up for XYZ and Selma. Appreciate them trading live in front of us. We saw a great trade and great trade management from Selma. So appreciate the thumbs up also. They're here working hard, man.
Working
Thank you,
hard.
Jim.
This afternoon, Leo the big cat. I know he said, "Oh, you can't say Leo and the big cat at the same time." I just did. Leo the big cat and Joey are going to be with us. Joey could deadlift 1,000,000 pounds. He's going to be with us as well, trading the close this afternoon. I'll do an edge report as usual. And remember, Shy and Deli are moving about the cabin this today and tomorrow. So it's me. But in any event,
It's me.
It's me. No, and Craig. Craig was great this morning. We had, we had some really good. Tammy was on this morning too. She was awesome as usual. So programming just gets better and better and better, and we really appreciate you too, folks. So I'm gonna go ahead and do a really quick edge report on silver and the Bitcoin, and then we're gonna head into lunch. So thank
I have
you.
one request before
Yeah.
we do that. Chat, if anyone's tuning in, for all tuning in, as you should, to the afternoon stream later, as soon as you guys see Leo get introduced, say something like, "Hello, Leo Cat." Just call him Leo Cat and see how he reacts. All right. All right. Goodbye, chat.
You're a troublemaker.
Oh, I got to tune in for that one.
Goodbye,
All
chat.
right. I'll see you guys later on. Thanks again, guys.
Bye, guys. Take care.
All right, couple markets to take a peek at here right before we break for lunch. Silver is just, this is unprecedented. I have never seen anything like this in my career. And we're just looking at this, a little snapshot, 1 quarter worth of price action here. We're not going all the way back to the beginning of the year, which, we could. Let's just look at the weekly. Why not? I mean, look at that. Have anyone ever seen this? I mean, right now, year to date, silver's up 114%. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Remember, there's micro silvers. It's 1/5 the size. In any event, I have to redo some extension numbers. We hit that 176.6%, and we're still going here. There's no wick at the top. It's all buyers. There's no sellers. Here's what an intraday chart looks like. And I don't even have a target anymore. I mean, R3 would be, it's rare to get to R3, but R3 would be the target at 65.41. So a spectacular showing for silver. Let's go to the Bitcoin really quickly here. The Bitcoin is kind of doing the opposite. It's stuck in the mud here a little bit. Let's start with the daily candle here. I still do have this trend line here. Let me just kind of straighten this out. Let's extend it a little bit. We'll see if we break this trend line here on the downside or not. We're below that 8 EMA. We're below the 21 EMA right now. This is kind of a critical area of support right here around that 89,600-ish level. Last time we got down here, we did have buyers kind of push us back up, but we did close down here, and that was on the 5th of December, so very recently. We have some target wicks again on the way down, and we have the April lows here still. I still have my rectangle there. I don't know that we're done with this sell-off yet on the Bitcoin, but retracements have failed. Yeah, we got above 38, but we didn't get above 50 from this little tiny downward trend that we saw that started really on the 11th of November. But great market to trade. And remember, this isn't one thing to remember. This is a micro Bitcoin, and this has almost a $9,000 notional value per contract, right? I know it's a small contract, but if you do 2 contracts, then the notional value is double, right? So keep that in mind, and also keep in mind the margin to notional value ratio. Don't get too crazy, but that's it's a great market for sure if you haven't traded this. Any event today. P-shaped distribution, lowercase b-shaped distribution. Point of control, ironically, is right at that one-day min by MenthorQ at 90,210. We are getting buyers coming in at the bottom of the value area, pushing us back up into the value area, back up to that point of control, which also corresponds to that one-day min. So a lot of price happiness there in Bitcoin. We'll see what happens later on today. We get a breakout to the downside. You got JAX3 at 89,000. All right, that is this after late morning. It's not this afternoon yet. It's late morning Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here today. Appreciate the subscriptions for sure. Thank you, everybody's best chat there is, best viewers there are, best community there is. Thank you, everybody, for being part of our community. We're going to take a quick break for lunch here. We'll be back at, let me double check here. I think 2:30. We'll be back, and then we'll get ready for trading the close with Leo, the big cat, and Joey. So until then, have a nice, relaxing lunch. Appreciate you. See you soon.